Where's your Momo? Where's your Momo? My little head rest. You my little head rest, Mo? Hey, buddy. Good kitty, kitty. You go, fat cat. My little bell cat. Aren't you? My little golden bell. New friend. Hello there. This new friends, this is Mo. I'm Mo. Never seen before, indeed. And he probably won't join me, but here he is right now. I'm like, let me turn it on while he's sitting up here so we can see Mo. This is King of the Castle, a streamer and his cat companion versus chat game, where anybody can join, anybody can play, anybody can see our buddy Mo. How are you, Leonidas? Mo. He was sleeping over on my bed, but he just momentarily ago woke up as I myself just came back in. The nephew's on the bus. What are you looking at, Mo? Are you gonna stay up there? What are you gonna do, Mo? He's already getting tons of hair on my shoulder here. What are you doing now? I get now? Alright, he's getting down. He's down, he's eating food. The bowl of food is right there. Boop, 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 boop. Comfy, cozy. Birds, are they real? Hard to say. Have you ever actually seen a bird? No, you haven't. You've been lied to. Just playing soccer. Me and the nephew were playing soccer. And then he was riding his bike while I played with Amber. And then, like right last second, he's like, oh, you got Sergeant Slaughter in the WWF game I've got. He's like, I want to see Sergeant Slaughter, so we had to sneak in a quick game of Mayhem. Bergborkler, welcome on in. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome on in. You're on the Chieftains. Leonidas, you are a Baron, by the way. How are you, Berg? Ephra, the Patricians. All right. Hello there. How are you doing today, Ephra? Let's go this here. Ephra has been writing up, and it threw me off at first because it says Tuesday, like the Tuesday Dynasty, but we didn't play it on Tuesday. So I'm like, this wasn't Tuesday's stream. What? Wait a second. But that was the name of the dynasty. Was the Rudy Tuesday Dynasty. How are you doing, Ephra? Welcome on in. Happy Monday. A bit exhausted, alright. I'm ready, willing to go here. Big long strand of hair. Bum 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 bum. And writing all right. Very good. Afra, thank you then. I love it so far. I haven't read through the second part of it yet. Well, it's very... No, typos are fine. Don't worry about typos. Apple King, Morgramoon, welcome on in. How are you both today? Giving you some inspiration from chat. I know, indeed. Chat, very helpful there. I did that. Did that. I wanted to do that, but I didn't. It's fine. Do that later. Where did Mo go? The other door's open if Mo wants out. So hopefully he doesn't come to me. Hello there! Hello there! Where's his hair at? I need to do it again. Boop! Sorry. How do I look? Our week this week is Chief heavy at the expense of the Grandies. The Grandies, as you can see, are current leaders in the Battle for the Bees League. The Barons, unfortunately, have not had a win yet. Barons would be our weakest side at the moment. I don't think that's necessarily because they're the worst, so much as I think other people want other teams to win, maybe. Roswell, hello there. Waiting to work with some streamers. All right. Nice. Apple King. I love it. And Roswell, hello there. How are you feeling today? I got that hair, right? Getting my rocker out. I always have my rocker ready. Joined a Barons. Some people, Roswell, I know, some people feel pity for the Barons. The Barons will play the Barons will play 3 games this week. They're every other day. The Barons, I think, have the coolest schedule, and that every other day the Barons have played. The Chiefs will play a lot this week. The Grandies are in the lead, but they've played already 4 games, so they only have 2 games this week. They're sitting very good. Counts had a very good game. We are wearing a Counts ring today. Had a very good couple of games last Friday, where they enjoyed 2 Rebellion victories. And Rebellion victories aren't worth as much overall, but it's still a win, and it, you know, it's a lot better than not winning. So right now, the top 3 teams that are competing then, and not only will they compete on the Praise the Ninth, the top 3 teams will do in a dynasty for that next couple weeks. We'll play as them. Not quite sure what we'll do for that dynasty exactly. Maybe bingo cards. Maybe role play. Gotta help the Barons out. Waper, hello there. How are you doing today? VFMX, hello as well. How are you doing? What are we going? We are going... Most people on Barons, eh? Barons strong! So my microphone doesn't move much. I have it sort of locked in and up against my books here. Because it's broken. My mic stand is broken. Doesn't always do it well. Here we go. Who would want to ruin the Barons from the inside out? I mean, maybe. Is that why? Pats, Grandies, Counts are top 3 at the moment. Chiefs are in 4th place, despite having played less games. Barons, bottom of the barrel. was a good weekend for me. I didn't do much. My family went away. I was by myself with the animals for most of the weekend, which I love, too. I don't know. I do get lonely, but if I have pets, I'm fine. We went for a nice long walk a couple times. Walked all the way to McDonald's Sunday morning so I could get a coffee. Terrible. We're not referring to you, are you? Never. You're not my dog. I didn't walk you. You're my dog. I mean, you're my dog, FMX. But you're not my dog. I don't need to leash you and walk you, do I? I mean, if you're asking for it. Alright, I'm glad, Ephra. I can try to do something with it then, maybe a little better YouTube-wise, I don't know. I'm not inspired to make YouTube videos at the moment. But Ephra, I inspired you, you can inspire me. Some people have wanted instructional videos for King of the Castle. I did like that short little series of them. I can make more of those. Lazy. Hello there. Welcome to the Chiefs. We are today. I haven't mentioned who I'm playing today. Although I won't be role-playing as them. I'd model it after Miss Tara Branford. The hair isn't perfect color. It should be a little lighter green, as opposed to this, you know, aqua-ish. Do we know who Tara Branford is, everybody? From a bit of an older game. Hey. I've made her in The Sims. I've made Tara in The Sims. She's a very beautiful looking sim. Erratic Wit, welcome on in. How are you doing, Erratic? You are a patrician here for the game. We'll be playing, of course, 2 games with this dynasty here today. I'll take a short walk break between them. Get some to eat. Wit, thank you for joining us. We are playing, this is the second week of a 2-week sort of competition where the top 3 teams will get to compete, and I will wear a costume of them for Halloween. The only ones in the top 3 at the moment, the bottom 2, the 5th worst is Barons and then Chiefs. Pats are sitting at number 2. They're right behind the Grandees. The Grandees have played more games though, so. There are some people pulling specifically for Pats, I know. Some people specifically for Grandees too. If you have any questions, any new players, let us know here. We are very knowledgeable about the game. Play a lot of it around here. The next Praise the Ninth. I don't know if the Praise the Ninth game will be a single game or if I need to do 2 games. Like 1 game to determine the winner. Doesn't always work, because yeah, you could get lucky maybe. Do we do 2 games probably, Praise the Ninth? 3 games? 4 games? Best of 4? How many games could I do in a row? If I start early, I could do 4. Be exhausted. Not ready. Fooling around now. Lurking in Mugen's stream. Had just started. Then Rand's playing Baldur's Gate. Nobody playing King of the Castle other than me. Why I got on just that slight bit early. It's sad when you can't find a game. I know it is. When was that? There was a small little gap on like Saturday night when nobody was playing for like 20 minutes. I felt so uneasy. Apple King, hello there. How are you doing here today? It is the Count's ring. Even though they are not playing today. They won both games last Friday. They did very well, did the Counts. jumping on up definitively into that third spot. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Whatever time it may be, wherever you may be today, thank you all for joining me. Week 2 begins now. Daybreak is ending. Is Daybreak ending? I missed it. And another reign is beginning. Barons, chiefs, patricians here today. We'll go first. First, I don't recommend it if you're trying to win as a monarch, but because I'm not hiding my path to victory or really trying to win too much myself, we'll go path to victory first. Your Majesty, when you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Just hope they remember me at all, really. And yes, we'll be picking a random goal for the game here using I have a few dice in the chat here I can do from. The rated R superstar. I did hear that news. I just heard that news this morning, actually. And I'm already picturing, I already can't wait for the Christian Christian Cage to lay into him. And he's not Edge, he's just gonna be Adam, right? How are you, HK? Welcome on in. Because I can just start to picture the promos now. Christian's been doing fantastic work. Derezio, how are you too? Derezio, did you hear that news? I think it's a little sad that he won't be a lifer in WWE, but I know, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't know who his father is, right? That's like Edge, right? Or Adam. He doesn't know. He never grew up with a father, right? So, ooh, baby. He's gonna lay into him. D6, I'll roll. We get a 1, 2, 3. Tara Branford will be the greatest queen who ever lived. His eyes perk up. You know, we've been best friends for years, Adam. And you know what? You never met your father, did you? But I've got some troubling news for you. I love it. I love those promos. Those promos are great. I see. So you're the type who likes to build a lot of statues, are you, aren't you? I found out where your father is. Your father is dead. I suggest over the next few years, you focus on improving your authority as much as possible. And those promos are great because they're real. They're real. I don't know if I'd let somebody actually do that to me. And then the way his delivery is perfect. He doesn't go crass or over the top. It's so simple but effective. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Alright. We'll go council introductions next. Now that you're the queen, your first duty is to meet with the Council of Nobles. Your nobles hail from across the kingdom. The wintry north, the wealthy coast, and of course, the bleak march. I don't know. He can only go against people without fathers, but good luck in the days ahead, Your Greatness. You'll need it, dealing with us lot. He should be a wild card between promotions. Like, he should be able to come into WWE occasionally and make fun of the wrestlers there. He can go across to New Japan. I'm sure there's lots of people he can get there. Surely his father did. With how old Sting is, probably by now. The patricians of the coast. When McMahon dies, he comes and drops that promo on Shane. A pleasure, Your Esteemed Highness. I'm hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign. Erratic. Hello there. We're talking WWE, or like AEW, WWE, everybody, if you're wondering what we're talking about. And then Pillman, yes, the Pillman Jr. to WWE. A pleasure, your esteemed highness. All right. Barons of the March, hail and well met, your highness. Under your leadership, we'll whip this kingdom into shape. Not Bill Pillman. Pillman, yes. Brian Pillman, Jr. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices as the nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. You sigh and sit back. Is this what the council is like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. Coronation. Your Majesty, I've scheduled your coronation to take place in a week's time. Why the hurry? To delay any longer would make the nobles restless. And when nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest back. They wouldn't dare. You should pay more attention to your history books, your Majesty. The nobles are always plotting something. As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. Let's get this over with then. Should we call the nobles in? Alright. If this is your first time playing in the castle, thank you for joining me then. Welcome on in. This is truly a game where I am not playing, I am merely the storyteller. You, the Council of Nobles, get to play this game. Exclamation point, vote, space, your option. What happens at Queen Terra's coronation? Do we A, host a lavish party with jugglers and fountains of wine? B, force the commoners to swear a blood oath? C, throw the queen into the river? Or D, these are outdated traditions. No need for a coronation at all. Crystal Ales, welcome on in. How are you doing here today, Crystal? Welcome to the Chieftains, Crystal. Happy Monday to you. Hope all is well. You're in time for the coronation. Should you do truth or dare for the coronation? I'd be down for that. Is that vote E? A nice game of truth or dare. Your monarch always picks dare, pretty much. I mean, I'm a truthful guy, but dares are just more fun. I don't veto or monarch's vote on the coronation usually, and today is no exception. I am doing very good here today, Crystal. It was a lovely weekend. Got to spend it with the dogs. Mo is down here somewhere. Mo was up on here at the very beginning of the stream, up behind me on the chair. But I don't know where Mo's gone to now. Alright. Coronation is important. Looks like a tie at the moment between party and outdated tradition. No coronation? Ouch. It is decided there will be no coronation. Authority of the kingdom goes down. What? But I was looking forward to that. The nobles have spoken. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Maybe you could pretend to put on the crown in front of a mirror and... Right. Just like this. By myself. Smile. I know. Chancellor. Just low-key. Getting to me. The lack of a coronation bewilders the common folk, most of whom won't see your name or face until the new coins are minted. I know, that works. Strategically, that was very good, but come on, no coronation? How dare you? Alright. End of season. Adelis of the FMX 001 bloodline. A notorious former Bandit stands before a blazing hearth, roaring with arms outstretched. When have the barons of the March backed down from a fight? Never! I know you'll do what it takes to put me, your rightful monarch, on the throne. Alright, barons. How will you win? Through A, doppelganger, B, propaganda, or C, gunpowder? Barons still looking for their first win. They'll have 6 games to do it for the rest of the week. Here's game 1. A involves lowering your own defiance. B involves lowering stability in the kingdom. C, first stage will be lowering authority. Authority already at 4 then, from the no coronation. Is that what we're going? Barons, gun, powder, get them ready. The Republic of Kurth has this substance called gunpowder. With enough of that, the barons could take over the whole kingdom. Of course, a sensible queen would never allow one region to hold such a thing. To do so secretly, the barons must ensure their trading partners don't fear the queen's wrath. To advance their scheme, the barons must lower authority 4 or less in 2 seasons. You went to it, Morgramoon? That's pretty cool. Maybe the only one you get to see. I don't know how long Charles gonna reign. I guess there'll be other people. There'll be other ones. I live close to DC, but I've never been to an inauguration. I'd like to one day, probably. Storm of the Crystal Eos clan. An eccentric northern hero. Stands precautiously on a longhouse crossbeam, droning on, as if in a trance. Oh, alright. You're just watching. Okay. It is you, sort of. Storm, a hero. Who doesn't want a hero as your claimant? Chiefs of the North, we all know I should be on the throne, not the imposter Queen Terra. How do we make that happen? It would be atrocious. Indeed. Any event, I've been to a few events in DC and holidays, like, we went one year on 4th of July. It was fun, but you know. What do you do here, Chiefs? A, uprising. B, a prophecy. Or C, hornblower. Chiefs, gonna start the week off strong, finish it strong. If they want to be in the competition here. Hornblower, lowering all faith. Only correct option is the toot. The Chiefs plan to dig up Oddheld's legendary horn and use it to take over the kingdom. First, they must win the favor of the gods by diminishing the kingdom's belief in the Ninth. To advance their scheme, the Chiefs must lower the combined total of all regions' faith to 12 or less in 4 seasons. Alright, total faith, 12 or less. It sits at 11. Julia, of the eccentric Wit family. Wit, your daughter, a charismatic Navy admiral, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, explaining in measured prose. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of the Queen Terra. Something must be done. Patricians, how will you win the game? Do A, sorcery, B, subterfuge, or C, intimidation? Patricians, A involves raising up authority, B, lowering stability, and C, raising stability. Neutral screams all of these. I think B feels the most paddest roleplay, Rise. Any Pats? Random otherwise. If no one wants to pick what your goal for the game will be, Pats. Authority is at 4. Picking A would put you against the Barons. Stability is at 5. Lowering stability would mean 4 or less. Raising it 5 or more. Patricians? What scheme should you use? Did counting their coin? Alright. They can win no matter what, is what they're saying here. Be subterfuge. The patricians plan to replace the Queen's advisors with their own agents. First, they must prove that they're doing a bad job. To advance their scheme, the Pats must lower stability to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Alright. Everybody's goal for the game, quickest, will be Baron's first stage. They need authority at 4 or less. 3 seasons. For the Pats, they need stability at 4 or less. The Chiefs, attempting Hornblower. They need all regions' faith at 12 or less. In 4 seasons. Our first law of the land will be the Iron Choice. Don't worry, I don't use it too often here. I'll use it to save the kingdom here, Barons, so you're safe for the moment. We have... Ooh. Alright. Nice, a nice couple of starting events I think we have here. Jelly, welcome on in. Jelly, you are a patrician for the game. Thank you for joining us here, Jelly. Do we go along with this storyline? Let's go a petitioner from afar. We'll see how we play it. Your Majesty, there's a petitioner here to see you today. We're not exactly sure where she is from. And, what does she want? You'll see soon enough, Your Majesty. Koksu, welcome on in as well. How are you feeling today? You are also a patrician here. Thank you for joining us. Pats, a couple of you coming in. Ori, is that who this is? Who would have guessed? Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Oriad, and I have a proposition for you. Okay. Right to the point, tell me more about this proposition. 3 ships are docked in a harbor to the west. Their holds are packed to the gills with muskets and gunpowder. They each boast a full battery of cannons. They're all yours in exchange for a small favor. Combo Lurker, welcome on in. A small favor? Is that what you ask of me? Combo, you are a chieftain for the game. So fancy looking, I know. You are a chief, the blue team. Chiefs are trying to keep all faith low, attempting toot here today. And, alright. Muskets sound good. Muskets sound very cool. What is the favor? What do you need, then? I only wish to stay in this kingdom with your blessing and protection. I can show your soldiers how to use the weapons, of course, to avoid any accidents. We don't need to pry, then. Fine, I'll call a vote. All right. Where do we can steer the game. If you guys want to steer the game in one direction, I'll follow along here. What do we do? A, do we provide safe harbor for Oriad in exchange for muskets? B, reject Oriad's offer and send her away? Or do we C, confiscate the weapons and take Oriad prisoner? Okay. I love looking for the horn. It's out there. No veto, no, nothing. No. I'll try not to use too many laws, although you will notice there are 2 channel point redemptions that are available this week. Hint, anybody that will want to use them. And I will use the laws I have. If I get golden choice, maybe I get golden choice just for that then. Airhawk, welcome on in. How are you doing here today? If I get golden choice, people might use the law, the coin is king for golden choices. Airhawk, you are a baron. Welcome on in. You can help the Barons even better. Airhawk, we hope so. Alright. Are we going Oriat? You want me to marry Oriat, everybody? I can marry Oriat. Special game. Oriat and her weapons prove most useful in the coming months. She and her crew train your officers as promised. Military goes up 2 for everybody. Holy shnikes, those cannons are great. Oriat demonstrates by puncturing a metal breastplate at 500 yards. The council clearly made the right decision. Okay. We have a prediction. Ooh. Combo. Your Highness, excellent news from beyond the sky. As your greatness knows, I'm an amateur astronomer. I did know that, Combo, yes. I have seen that a solar eclipse is on the way, visible from the north. We must encourage the kingdom to gather beneath the dark sun, experience this once-in-a-lifetime event. Great God, no, says Airhawk. An eclipse is a warning from the ninth god, a sign that the kingdom has fallen to shadow. All the nobles start talking at once. Some are excited, some are horrified. All are very loud. Right? An eclipse is coming. Do we A, focus on holy protection against the eclipse? B, encourage visitors to the north to witness the event? Or C, these sun-obsessed fools should focus on their land, not the sky? Soundwave Spectre, thank you for the follow here. Alright, eclipse. Is there an eclipse coming? There is an eclipse coming. We can't stop it. Alright? Nothing us puny humans can do could stop an eclipse. But what do we do about it? What do we do? Soundwave, thank you for the follow. Then, if you want to play along, you can play alongside with us. If you haven't seen this game before, it's very easy. You'll get used to it, I promise. It's exclamation point join. And you will join on in. Airhawk, thank you for praising the ninth. Hold on. Holy protection against the eclipse? Baron's on board with that. Northern sagas have a few specifics about the sun going dark, other than the usual, we're all going to die. So the chiefs turn to the church scripture for help. Faith will go up 1 for the chiefs. Defiance will go down for the march. You hope they will find something before the eclipse occurs. So adds 1 faith to the chiefs, puts it at 12 overall for the kingdom. Playing on mobile stream. I hardly ever play on my phone. I'll watch occasionally, but playing, I will agree, is harder for me. Faith, 1 faith in the Chiefland. That's all they need. One day, you're walking through the palace gardens when you're confronted by an unusual sight. One of your palace watch is standing guard, but instead of a pike, he's holding a mop. What in the 7 hells is that? Improvised pole-arm? Last week, a grubby little urchin kicked my shin, stole me proper pike. I'll grab the first replacement I could find. Graf Dragon, welcome on in. Oh my, Graf, you are a chieftain for the game here. Welcome on in. Looking incredibly handsome. Palace Watchman, you're an idiot. Some might praise my resourcefulness. I can only apologize, Your Majesty. The Palace Watch have been more incompetent than usual recently. It's obvious you need a proper honor guard. But first, how can we improve the watch? Alright, a special event you sometimes get with the honor guard, the preceding hiring them. What do? with our Palace Watch. A, spend a fortune on fancy new equipment. B, invite northern soldiers to provide training. C, enforce harsher discipline. Or D, there's no need to do anything at all. Right. What do we do? I feel we have to do something here. My watch cannot be guarding me with mops. That's just unacceptable. Koju123, welcome on in. You are a patrician here for the game, the green team. Chiefs can handle it, right? Sure they can. Of course they can. They're good. Chiefs is our strongest military at the moment. If anybody can train them, it's them, right? It's the dog barking. You guys hear that? Amber, you okay? But, Koju, Graf, welcome on in. Thank you for joining us here. If you have any questions about the game, if you're a bit newer, ask us. We can help you out. This week, we're competing in a way, all the factions against each other. I will be assembling a costume of our winningest faction. And I'll wear around Halloween time. No need to do anything. We had no coordination. We're not going to help the Palace Watch. It's just this is just going to be the lackadaisy, not do anything reign. You guys aren't going to help anybody. There's no need to do anything. Next time you patrol the palace grounds, you notice that more and more of your watch have lost their equipment. The mop has been joined by other improvised weaponry, including rolling pins, colanders, fireplace pokers, and a head of lettuce. Honestly, how the heck are they going to protect me? They're going to toss lettuce at people? Sound. Welcome in officially here, Sound. You are a Baron for the game here. Thank you for joining us then. You're back by popular demand, Ephra. If one thing's clear from this mess, you need an honor guard who could actually keep you safe. Not like these kittens. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and their region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. I know, that's what it sounds like. They wanted to be chefs, not guards. Alright, let's learn about all of our choices here first. Though I've been randomly rolling to pick them. The Northern Warriors. I mean, a lot of the cooks I've met over the years could probably serve as soldiers in a pinch. Bearded oafs with axes and no manners. They'll get drunk and cause trouble in the palace. No discipline at all. I can't guarantee they won't run off on some random quest. But they're honorable and in a fight unbeatable. The chiefs are based upon sort of Scandinavian and sort of Viking. So the barons are on like Eastern European. I don't know specifically anybody. I know they're Germanic in some of their clothing and manners. Maybe even getting to like some of the Russia towards the Eastern European. Polish, like Poland. Tell me about the coastal gladiators. They're a gang of low-born crooks who turn themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable. Can you trust them? Slavic/Welsh, according to the Delbs. The veterans of the march. These soldiers have fought more battles than they've had hot dinners. They'd be uncouth, no doubt, won't adapt well to life in the palace. They're loyal and tough as nails. But foreign mercenaries, you suggest? Of course they are. A band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly, and hiring foreigners will betray a lack of confidence in our kingdom's fighters. Made my decision. I await your verdict with bated breath, Your Majesty. Alright. So I will roll a D6. 1, 2 Northern Warriors. 3, 4 Gladiators. 5, 6 Veterans of the March. We will get a 6 Marchers. I will make the arrangements at once. Defiance goes up for the nations we do not pick, down for the barons. The veterans arrive a few weeks later. They march into the throne room in perfect formation, before lining up behind your throne, hands on their sword hilts. Each soldier sports a bigger scar than the last. Does it now? It doesn't make anything interesting at all, Airhawk. Our first auction of the game. Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid here. Barons, is it a sign? It could be. Everybody has their starting stack of 1,000 gold currently. Nobody's lost any, nobody's gained, but it's the same footing to start the game. What do we build? Only the top 2 buildings get funded. A, the fortress raises the military for the barons. B, the theater lowers authority for the kingdom. C, the observatory will lower faith for the chieftains. D, the stadium will lower military for the chiefs. E, the monument raises authority for the kingdom. And then F, the prison lowers stability for the kingdom. Why have them train their watch when they can just be the watch? I know. Roswell. Barons want low authority. Maybe they want B. Anti-baron is E then. Patricians want low stability. Patricians want F. Chiefs want everybody's faith to be low. Chiefs might want C. Barons also have A to raise their own military. There's a nice sabotage on D for the chiefs' military. So really, this isn't a bad auction, I'd say. Everybody has something they want, in a way. Everybody has, another something they could use. Or at least block out of. 60 seconds you'll have, only the top 2 buildings. I cannot stop it. Once it hits 0, it will be done. I recommend getting in your funds the last 10 seconds at the very least, maybe. Early leader is C at 100 gold. Lowers faith down for the chiefs. Chiefs need 12 or less faith across the kingdom. It is at 12 exactly right now. They might need a little wiggle room. Barons need authority at 4 or less. Pats need stability at 4 or less. And it's fun. Yes, fund, not vote. Uh-oh. Jelly. F and A currently being funded. F is that Pat's choice, lowering stability. A is Baron's high military. I see some 300 sitting in C, though, as well. So A, C, and F, really, with 10 seconds left, seem to be our choices. It is A and F now. F at 500. A is at 1,200. Still A and F. C, 300 still in C. A and F, though, will remain. It still came in, though, Jelly. It will be A and F. A, barons raising their own military up. FMX, biggest contributor to that. F, then, lower stability. That's right where the Pats need it. Jelly, biggest contributor to that. I think a couple snipes came in a little too late. I will have a private exchange. The Kurth captain that you allowed to stay in the capital, the one who traded those weapons, she's been the cause of some concern. Nobles have complained that she has been rude and confrontational. She does not know royal etiquette after all. Worse, some suspect her of being a Kurth spy. Very well, Chancellor. I'll have a word with her. You find Oriet pacing the halls far from her assigned chambers. Can I help you? Kurth bounty hunters landed in the coast not long ago. I see where you're going with this, all right? Exactly, they're looking for me. I did not expect them to come here. Clearly, I was wrong. Right. Are we going into... I could remove the hunters and ban others from coming. Then do it, please. Alright. Kill her. There is no option to ever kill her personally here. But what do we do? Either A, ban citizens from entering the country, or B, reject the proposed ban. Alright, well, Koju, thank you for coming in. Hope you have a good rest of your day here. We'll start a vote. You can get in a vote real quick if you need to. Ban the Kurth citizens from entering, or reject the proposed ban. There are people looking for, apparently, from Kurth here. We will ban the Kurth citizens from entering. It's not very we don't want to be isolationists, do we? Then again, Kurth are jerks. They believe in a republic. Ew. Republic? Who wants to believe in a republic? B, I don't think yours got in then, combo. B was catching up. But it won't be enough. The vote succeeds. And the Kurth are now banned from entering your country under any circumstances. The bounty hunters are swiftly expelled. Stability will go down. Trade will go down for the Pats. Orient is grateful for your assistance, though your Chancellor warns of Kurth's inevitable response. There are rumors of danger, meanwhile, in the north. Combo comes to me again. Your Majesty, I'm afraid we learned nothing from scripture about the eclipse. Heathens, we searched through our most ancient monasteries and discovered a book describing a time when the sun went dark. And then, servants of the evil seventh god broke through while darkness fell, took possession of the one who predicted the eclipse. And now, the seer in question is none other than Chief Combo Lurker. That's just some old book. I'm not any sort of demon. Not yet. My liege, the scripture describes how the demons will use Combo to bring havoc to our realm. We must protect the kingdom. Right. A prophecy, apparently, that Combo is going to turn into a demon. Do we A, seek out artifacts to protect the kingdom? B, rally priests for protection? C, execute Chief Combo Lurker immediately? Or D, this is nonsense. Some old book isn't worth worrying about. We just wanted to watch an eclipse, brah. We just kill him, I mean... It could be all superstitious nonsense. Or it could be true. We don't know. What do we do? Rally priests for protection. Surely they can splash some holy water on Combo. He'll be fine. This is nonsense, says a couple people though. B and D. In a tie, a monarch would break it, but I linger and wait for that one little vote for B. We will rally priests for protection. Fervent priests of the ninth god flock to the north to draw the faithful closer, hoping to ward off the eclipse demons. Faith goes up 1 for the north. Even the most pagan northern peasants start drifting to church services. Not all of the chiefs are pleased, muttering that the people shouldn't turn from the old ways. Defiance will go up. Azura's son, welcome on in. Some nobles claim that the Archbishop is gathering as much power as the crown. The kingdom waits in anticipation of the solar event. Azura's son, there's an eclipse coming, and then you enter? Is that a coincidence? You are a patrician for the game. Thank you for joining us. If you have any questions, let us know if you're a newer player. There is an eclipse coming. Not yet. A season or two it'll be here. We are finding a spouse in the meanwhile. In the twisty passages of the castle, you can avoid your advisors, the nobles, even the spymaster. There's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Alright. If you have any questions, yeah, just ask us here. We're very knowledgeable, many of the players around here. I'm doing a bit of a thing this week and like last week where we're competing for all of the factions. Whichever the winning faction is, I'll dress as for Halloween. So if you have anybody you want to see me dressed as, try to help them out maybe. Combo Lurker, or Mother. Mother! There's the mother, the Queen Mother. Hi, Mom. Hi to all the mothers out there. My own mother is Delilah W. is her Twitch handle. If my mother is watching. Hi, Mom. My mom... Last I saw her, she was in bed watching the Big Brother from the night before. She loves her Big Brother. I've been busy, Mom. Mom, I've been busy. There's eclipses, there's, petitioners. You better find the time. Don't worry. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference, men, women? Or do you not mind? And Mother, I'm interested in women. Excellent. I'll send out messages to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. Right. End of season. In a distant fortress, we check in with the barons. Amidst dark and foreboding forests, a small, squat castle stands watch over the Marger border. There at the end of the kingdom, a plot is hatching. The kingdom's descended into anarchy. This is perfect. The port authorities are barely manned. The queen is thoroughly distracted. That sounds true. Not only have we secretly imported our first barrel of gunpowder from Kurth, we've made extra money on the sly, thanks to lax regulations. Trade goes up for the barons. But one barrel of gunpowder is not nearly enough to put me on the throne. Of course not. We need to drum up as much money as we can. For the next stage of the Baron's scheme, they must raise their own trade to 5 or more in 4 seasons. Alright, so Barons, quick first stage, leads to a longer second stage. Keep your trade at 5 or more. Our first tax season of the game. There are 3 ways that a monarch may tax the nobles and king of the castle. Cruel taxing you will raise your defiance. Raise the treasury up by 400 gold. Take 400 wealth from everybody of the color. Common tax, no defiance, swing 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing will lower your defiance down. Lower the treasury by 700. Give 700 wealth to everybody in that color. The patricians this turn invented insurance. They made 500 gold while fires racked the coast. Every other noble made 200 instead. Therefore, we see a few rich patricians atop our leaderboard. Poorest faction, on account of FMX spent the most money, I guess. Poorest faction is Barons, though everybody's pretty even, it appears. I have been common taxing all around consistently. And I don't think I'll break from that, though I am pausing in case somebody wants to do something about taxing. No doing anything. They're back, everybody. Are we saving them? Confirm. We'll go a laughingstock. Your Majesty, the acclaimed playwright Chauncey Crawforth has written another smash hit. All the theaters in the capital are showing it nightly. Chauncey Crawforth! Oh boy, I love his work. So do I. So does everyone. But the problem is that the new play features a character obviously based upon you. I don't like where this is going. The character is played by a professional clown named Biffo. At one point, a bucket of custard is upended over her head as she sits upon the throne. Your Highness, peasants and nobles alike are watching this play. Theaters are packed. You must put a stop to it. You simply cannot be known as Queen Biffo. This does seem serious here. Put out a warrant for Chauncey Crawforth's arrest. Ban the play from all theaters, or I'll think I'll attend the play for myself. How about we roll? How about we roll? We get a 3. That means we will ban the play. So says Queen Terra. You order the play banned, but that makes it more popular. Its performances move from theaters to secret showings at pubs. Alright. Soon I'm going to play BG3. Awesome. I'll get it one of these days, I promise. And I'll be able to play with people. Meanwhile, the nobles pay for actors to give them private performances in the comfort of their mansions. Okay. Alright. Nothing to be done. I won't do nothing to be done, since authority is super low here. Roll again. Since I got a 3... 3 is closer to the 1, 2 instead of the 5, 6. I'll pick warrant out here. Coin flip. Do I coin flip? I can. Another one. Another one. I'll do a D20 here. I get a 15 then. That is a... I think I'll attend the play myself. When your entourage arrives at a dingy pub where the play is being illegally performed, the audience panics and scatters. Your honor guard round them up and place them back in their seats. You settle yourself down and wave for the actors to continue. They stare back at you, clearly horrified. The only dice I have are D6, D8, and D20. And, but that's all I need, essentially. Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's go. The play begins. Soon enough, the clown queen arrives on stage, comedically tripping on her own robes. They somehow found an actor who looks just like you. Endless humiliations are heaped on this honking, squeaking parody. Finally, the play concludes with the custard-drenched queen handing her crown to the deserving hero. All eyes turn to you. How do you react? We will climb onto the stage. The actors shrink away from you. The audience are deadly silent. Everyone's terrified of what you'll do next. Terrified, are you? You should be. I want everybody here arrested. The Palace Watch wade into the audience, grabbing people and binding their hands behind their backs. Several escape through the windows, but soon enough, you have hundreds under arrest. Authority goes up 2, stability goes down 1. After that, the play is never shown again. You're forced to expand your dungeon significantly. Alright. Don't let me see that play ever again. The Diplomat. Your Majesty, a diplomat has arrived all the way from Kurth. You may recall we banned everybody from Kurth from entering our nation. Your Greatest Majesty, a pleasure to see you. Why have you come all this way? I come on behalf of the Kurth Senate and Grand Pensionary. We are aware of this ban you've placed on travelers from our country. Heian, welcome on in. How are you doing here today? You're not from Kurth, are you? We banned people from Kurth. No, you're Chief of the North. Alright, you pass. Welcome on in. How are you doing, sir? Thank you for joining us. We come to ask you to lift it. And while you're at it, we'd like you to release the fugitive captain you're hiding into our custody. The Nice Hat Club. Has he? Helmet. Helmet is a hat. Protects your noggin. Kurth will compensate you, of course. I would also humbly request your majesty that Kurth is a regional power. Remind your majesty that Kurth is a regional power that your majesty may not like to anger, if your majesty can help it. I don't like that he keeps, just your majesty. I need to put more sarcasm on that, right? Okay. So if Heian and anyone just joining us here, we have found a young woman. We gave her sanctuary in exchange for guns. Now we have banned her home people from coming to try to find her. Do we A, lift the ban and surrender Oriad to Kurth? B, lift the ban, but keep Oriad? Or C, retain the ban and turn away the ambassador? What do we do? Retain the band, a couple pats saying that. Lift it and surrender Oriad. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money if we turn her over. Retaining the ban. This will not please them. But love wins. No. Maybe it will. Maybe it will here. If we want love to win, hint, hint, we need to raise stability a little more. But we'll continue on this path. Retain the ban. Declining both requests, you politely ask the diplomat to be on their way. Authority will go up. Their pleasant facade fails quickly as they warn you that a reaction from Kurth will be swift. A few nobles condemn you for your attachment to Oriad, both lamenting the Forsaken coin and fearing the promised retribution. The pats at the moment, yes, but that's going to end soon here. And then, if you want me to marry Oriad, stability has to be 3 or higher, technically. So, eligible options. I have found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young woman from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. I think it's 3. It's authority needs to be 7 or less. Stability needs to be 3 or more, I think is what it needs to be. 1 eligible young woman from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. You'll be securing a powerful alliance. And mother, what if I don't want to marry any of them? That's a decision that can wait until after you've seen them, isn't it? Your mother leads you to the Great Hall, where she's arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright, let's meet the eligible bachelorettes. She whisked away the cloth from the first portrait. Here are our 3 potential noble children, brides. Brides or husbands. Brides. I only pick brides. Marley, water is good. How are you doing here today? Welcome on in, my dear. It is a purple ring. The Counts are not present today, but they won both of the games on Friday. So they are still felt inside. How are you doing today? Happy Monday. A rather late dinner. Alright. Dinner is good. Marley, you are a baroness for the game here. Thank you for joining us. We're picking our spouses. Though I might try for Oriet. This is Marta, firstborn daughter of the Northern Graf Dragon clan. She's your typical northern lass, big, brawny, and honest. In the same way an axe to the face is honest. Alright. Spends most of her time arranging the mountaintops, hunting wolves and wyverns, other strange northern beasts. People say she nurses a grudge, though. I mean, I can see the appeal, I suppose. She's cute, she's strong. She hunts. From the coast, we have Petronella, wealthy heiress to the Lord Patrician Coxu the One's estate. I mean, just look at her, she's gorgeous. Apparently got a silver tongue, too. Her interests are typical of the coast. Money, 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 and making more of it. There was also a scandal recently where she was publicly critical of the church. Nothing came of it. Typical Pat. Could be worse, could be a lot better. And finally, we have the March's offering, Yvette, scion of the prestigious Marley bloodline. Marley, your daughter. A timid woman. Not the kind that does well in the march, bless her. Perhaps the palace will suit her better. Aww. Like most of the barons, her great passion is hunting. No beast is safe from her crossbow. Also got into a fight with her local bishop a couple years back. Gave him a bloody nose. A shy baron who likes to hunt. Sounds like a laugh. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions. You'll gain a lifelong alliance. I've made my decision. Well, which of them do you wish to marry? I know. Ephra, or rather Marley, your creativity is contagious around here. And it's wonderful. What if I should refuse to marry any of them? Without a marriage, you are alone. No alliance, no support, none to mention an insult to the most powerful families in the kingdom. What possible reason could you have for choosing not to marry? Do we... If we try to marry Oriad here, the kingdom's not going to be in very good shape. Do we want to? Do we want me to try to marry Oriad, everybody? It's a special... There are only a few people you can marry outside of the normal candidates in this game. Oriad is one of them. And we're on the path to getting her, but it's going to be a little hard to both marry her and keep the kingdom in check. Do we want her? Try for Oriad. Some people haven't seen her. So if we want to marry her, we need to get stability up. Stability, Oriad is from the Republic of Kurth. She does not like, a king. That's why your authority needs to be low. She likes when the people are happy. That's why stability needs to be high. Oriad is a lesbian. You need to be a woman or a queen who likes other women. So that's some of the requirements to get Oriad. And to marry her, rather. Marley, you're already so excited for the next one here. So if we do try to get her, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be hard. There is a Discord server for this game, yes. Do you own the game, Azra? I don't know that. I don't have a link myself. There's a link somewhere. If you can find it somewhere. I can divorce a spouse. I can divorce my spouse, but that'll still be bad. Yes, you can. Should I get married? How about I will roll. We'll make it a 50-50 shot. I'll roll a d20. 1 through 10, I don't pursue Oread. 11 through 20, I do. And then if I don't, I'll pick one of the other spouses. And mother, marriage would just weigh me down. I want to party. You always were an unruly child. Your days of hedonism are behind you now. No matter what you think, you're supposed to be a queen. Queens don't have the luxury of freedom. You'll learn that sooner or later. Defiance goes up everywhere. Stability goes down to 1. And why I'm so afraid of stability being at 1 is if stability is at 0 at the end of a turn, the game will end. The kingdom cannot survive 0 stability, 0 authority, or 0 treasury. Northwind, love will win. Love will win. We will marry Oread. How are you doing, North? We will. All right, end of season. And now the Pats are moving on. All right, Pats, let's get stability back up. All right. We're almost there, just 1 more point. Anchored a few miles from the sunny coast, Lord Patrician Bergwerkler has invited his closest confidants aboard his yacht. I've stopped paying taxes, and the kingdom's in such chaos that the Queen hasn't even noticed. Given the recent turmoil, says Ephra, the council is calling for the Queen's inner circle to resign. Love, it finds a way. Trade will go up for the Pats. We need to increase the pressure. If the Queen's in a weak enough position, she's got no choice but to bow to our demands. No more interfering spymaster. No more marshal, chancellor, or treasurer. A whole new inner circle, all made up of patricians. For the next stage of your scheme, Pats, lower authority to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Not bad. Already sits at 5. I'll go gamble here. And we'll get it out of the way. There's an angry mob. Do we do that first? Or the eclipse? How about eclipse? Eclipse first. I want eclipse first. Wizard last. North. In the capital, the solar eclipse does little, except the day a little gray. But in the north, it's a different story. Your Highness, I hardly escaped alive. Please, you must help us. Combo Lurker II comes to me. Because Combo Lurker I has died. Okay. Fear not. If you're new to the game, you can die as many times as you want. Your child will come back. Combo Lurker II is here. Tell me, what happened to your father? You look awfully familiar. What happened? You look awfully familiar. I have my parents' eyes. What happened to them was terrible. As the sun went dark, they changed into a monstrous demon creature, a reptile as tall as a building. They bit the heads off their servants, and more demons erupted from their corpses. It was predicted that Combo would turn into a demon during the eclipse. We had a chance to kill him off immediately. We chose not to do it. We fled to the safety of our lodges for safety. The God Speakers burned several sacred herbs to ward off the beasts. Priests and God Speakers join forces to pray to anyone who'll listen, but they grow weary. They can't last forever. Faith goes up for the chiefs. Gadzooks, just as I feared. We are forsaken. What if they spread across the kingdom? It was Airhawk predicted this. Do we A, appease the demons with animal sacrifices? B, destroy the demons with the power of the ninth god? Or C, do we learn to live with the demons? Stability is at 0, and I did strategically pick this event first, because the other one we can raise stability in. We can do whatever. Stability can't go any lower. If I had picked the other one first, then this one, we would have been in trouble. But because we're doing it this way, what do we do? Appease the demons, animal sacrifices, destroy them with the power of the ninth, or do we learn to live with demons? Rolls, a farming roll for A faith roll for B. C doesn't look like it does anything good. So I'm not sure we'll learn to live with them. But can we learn? Can we just put aside our differences and live with demons? We're not putting our faith in the ninth. No. We would have hit the roll. We definitely would hit B. 45 is almost guaranteed. However, Marrow. Welcome on in. Too late, Marrow. Sorry. Sorry, I know you love a roll, don't you? Marrow. You've ended up on the patricians. How are you doing today? Surely we can have little demon. I know, that'd be so cute. Never mind. How are you doing here? Welcome on in. We will learn to live. We can coexist with demons. The people of the North are horrified by the Council's decision. Unfortunately, there's not much learning to be done with these beasts, and even less living. Uh-oh. The demons rage through the North, slaughtering all they can find. Terrified peasants turn to protective charms and dark rituals to keep themselves safe. The North's farming goes down 2. Their military goes down 2. Their faith goes down 3. So they like that. Stability remains at 0. It would have gone down. I think it goes down 3 for this event. It's not good. Tragically, Chief Combo Lurker II himself is killed and feasted upon when they return. This is fine. This is fine. Eventually, the demons retreat back to the 7 hells. But it will be a long time before the North recovers. So, just like that, combo! We knock off 2 of you in one event. Combo Lurker III, welcome to the council. I know. In a way, Chiefs, in a way, this is good for you because it lowered faith back to where you needed it. At the same time, you guys are pissed and all your other stats went down. Yeah, this is I think this is one of the only... Is there any other one? Where you can die twice? Like in the course of one event? Who could have predicted? Nobody. Alright. But don't worry, if you're new to the game, you never stop playing. You can die 1,000 deaths. You always come back. Yes, the second died too. We will go Angry Mob then next. And Angry Mob is fun. They're probably all chiefs. One morning, as you're making your way to the council hall, a mob of furious peasants surround your carriage. They pelt the window with rotten fruit and loudly blame you for everything wrong with the kingdom. Down with the queen! Sit tight, wait for my soldiers to sort this out. The soldiers have difficulties, however. Ah, protect the queen, protect the... His words are cut off as he is dragged from his horse and beaten into a fine paste. The growing mob surrounds your stagecoach, begins rocking it back and forth. You know how badly you have to be beaten to be liquefied? Your Majesty, make a break for it before they tip the carriage over. We'll stay here and hold them off. Thank you, my veterans. The veterans raise their shields and form a ring around you, sheltering you to scuttle for safety. Whoop, 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 whoop. Stones rain down like hail. You make your way back to the palace unharmed. All right, we need to call a council meeting about this. This is an outrage, says Jelly. First riots and looting in the capital, now attacks upon your royal person? Our realm is on the verge of collapse. People are afraid. The rule of law is broken down. The peasants are demanding higher wages, more rights. Yes, but we obviously can't allow that. So what do we do? Do we A, declare martial law? B, round up all the rioters and hang them? Or C, let's give them everything that they want? Martial law and giving them everything they want. B raises stability when it succeeds. I can't remember if it loses, if it doesn't, if it fails. Do I have to veto B just in case? I don't want the game to end because of 0 stability, so we don't need to take that risk. So I might veto B here to guarantee we get a stability. Do we declare martial law or give the peasants everything that they want? We can't? It's just out of the question. I mean, they're peasants. Do we have to give in to their demands? So it's A or C here. We will not hang all the people. It would have worked. 70% is easy. Though for a week's reigns, our 70% was our downfall. We didn't hit, like, hardly any. So we won't go with it. A guaranteed stability raise, either of these. And looks like we're going to give them everything that they want. That's below! You can't reward the workers for rioting like this. That's like giving a dog a treat for crapping in your shoe. You shouldn't do that. No, don't reward that. Defiance goes up for everybody. Treasury will go down. Authority goes down. Stability goes up 3, though. Despite Lady Patrician Jelly's protests, and those of many other nobles, the reforms are enacted. Wages go up. People's lives get better. Your treasury goes down. The riot's quiet as the peasants realize that their demands have been met. All right. We staved off the riots. Excellent work, everybody. Mute Kai Punk. Welcome on in, Mute. You are a chieftain for the game. Thank you for joining us today, Mute. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? I think I do. But at what cost? Airhawk? Airhawk! It's fine. I promise. Nothing helps the world, I know. Soundwave Spectre comes to me. Grand! Oh, I thought this was a... I was fooled by this too. I thought it was going to be the wizard one. It cut off the first part of the name. Grand! Our soldiers are renowned throughout the kingdom and beyond. We're awarded so many medals that they can serve as full plate mail in a pinch, your highness. Granted, We've had our issues with getting them restless, but even so, they've gone from strength to strength. Why don't I transfer some of our best troops to police the capital? They'd improve security and show the Marcher Army for what it is, pride of the kingdom. You want to station soldiers in the capital, says Koju. Your August Majesty, think of the threat to the security. Let us make use of them instead. Right. The pride of our kingdom, the military of the march. Do we A, bring the march of soldiers to the capital? B, order them to help out the patricians? Or C, do we leave the troops in the march where they belong? All right. What do we do? How much is A? Negative 1,150 treasury plus 1,500 wealth. It raises and lowers defiance, raises authority, and lowers stability. So a lot of different things. I think the March kind of likes it. Since they'll be, I think they're the ones getting paid there. Though leaving them in the march where they belong looks like it improves their military. Also good for the march. A comes up at the end here. Not many people want the Pats to get help, huh? The barons are delighted and praise your name throughout the march to anyone who will visit. The treasury will go down. Barons! Boom! Just like that, make a ton of cash. Their defiance will go down. Soon, squads of proud marcher infantry in heavy boots and fur hats are patrolling the capital, barking orders to anyone they see misbehaving. That was a lot of money. Other nobles aren't so pleased. Seeing soldiers in marcher uniform on the streets makes them very nervous. But crime does go down. The people of the capital are happy. Stories spread of the new guards rescuing cats from trees and children's balls from rooftops. Authority goes up, stability will also go up. End of season. A very eventful season there. The Legend of Oddheld's Horn. Northern sagas tell of Oddheld's Horn, once gifted to mortals by the honey-blooded prince himself, then lost to the snows of time, never to be found again. Until now. I have it! Oddheld has spoken! Last night, during the storm, I beseeched the drunken vessel himself, and lo, did lightning strike the earth far to the north. That is where we'll find the horn. You mean into the frozen wastes? Aye, have everyone muster their best warriors. We'll head it into the domain of the ice giants. For the next stage of the chief's scheme, raise your military to 5 or more in 2 seasons. It sits at 7, checking in with everybody then. You're all on your second stages, all set to go off in 2 seasons' time. Barons are attempting gunpowder. They need their own trade to be 5 or more. Chiefs attempting hornblower. They need their own military at 5 or more. The patricians attempting subterfuge need the kingdom's authority 4 or less. Rebellion report. On the verge of rebellion are the chiefs and the patricians. To rebel in this game, your defiance has to be higher up than the authority and stability of the kingdom. So right now, 6 is the threshold. Ephra, always eager. We'll go first. We'll get the bankruptcy out of the way. The treasury is almost empty, Your Highness. Where the hell did it all go? We had 3,000 gold at, like, the beginning of the season. I couldn't possibly say, Your Majesty. Perhaps you've been spending a little too freely. Apart from raising taxes, we have precious few options. You could get a bank loan, sell off the crown jewels, perhaps crack open some of your predecessors' tombs. Most were buried in piles of gold. Or so I've heard. And, we can't get a loan because Kurth is angry with us at the moment. So, it eliminated one of the options already. But, yes, I've been rolling to determine what to do here. And, I own the Royal Mint, don't I? Make more coins, sell off some of the royal jewelry to wealthier nobles, or time to crack open some tombs. And this, it appears as if the printing your own money has nothing but upsides to it. We know a little bit better. We'll roll to determine what I do. 6. Time to crack open some tombs. That buried gold isn't doing anyone any good. Time to desecrate some graves. Here it comes. You order the royal mausoleums dug into and looted. The result is quite the bounty. Gold masks, heaps of coins, precious jewels. Not everyone is as practical as your treasurer, however. The church denounced you as a grave robber. Nobles and peasants alike are disgusted by your greed. Ordiad doesn't like women who crack open tombs. My bad. Ordiad, I'm sorry. Are we even gonna get to marry her? Stability needs to go up a little bit. Maybe. Apple King, you're in. Let's see, you right? Are you moving? You're moving or something? You are a chieftain. 1,100 gold in your coffers here, Apple. Where do we go? Kingdom's still not going to be doing... Kingdom's still not doing good, is it? We'll go explosion at the port first. Marrow. Your Majesty, a ship exploded at the port. The water swelled like a tidal wave. My whole town was devastated. Marrow, how could this have happened? I have no idea, Your Esteemed Highness. All I know is that the ship arrived from Kurth just yesterday. Now my docks have been destroyed. Oh, depths below. Pats lose a trade. Marrow loses 750 gold. Is this your new clothes? You look fancy. If I may, says the spymaster, this may be the promised retribution from Kurth. Retribution? Then this was an attack. You cannot let this stand, Your Majesty. Alright. We are getting into trouble with Kurth because, we are doing an Oread storyline. Do we A, ban exports to Kurth and place high tariffs on their goods? C, command Oread to patrol the coast in her gunship? C, focus on rebuilding and avoid angering Kurth further? Or C, do we hand Oread over to Kurth? See, Mero says we need to focus on rebuilding, huh? We'll see. What do we do? C? Have I seen C? Most people are just so angry and just war hungry here. Have I seen C? I don't remember what C does. It must do something, right? Think of the docks. Commanding Oread to patrol the coast. Just... the allure of that is too much, usually. We're going to turn the other cheek, it appears. Focus on rebuilding and avoid angering Kurth any further. Whew, okay. Though you tried to avoid stoking the fire, Kurth does not relent so easily. Patrician trade vessels continue to be sunk. Local nobles grow even more angry at your inaction. Patricians' defiance will go up. Authority goes down to 4. Their trade will go down to 5. As the month stretches on, the coast finds itself in a constant cycle of rebuilding. You know it will be long a while before this all blows over. And there is a famine. Not to be outdone, the chiefs have a famine. Hello, your majesty. I've travelled all the way from the north to beg you do something about the price of grain. I can't afford to feed my family. A day of back-breaking work isn't enough to buy a day's worth of bread. She's right. The grain prices in the north are beyond all control. Greedy merchants rake in profit, while the common folk starve. Do we A, put a cap on the price of grain? B, subsidize grain, ensure it's sold for half of its worth? C, import grain from the march and distribute it for free? Or D, the free market will correct itself in due time? So scared. The crab people might be rebelling. There's a couple people voting to rebel. What do we do about the grain? 50% authority roll for A. Subsidizing it, ensure it's selling for half of its worth. Importing it from the march, giving it out for free. Or the free market can correct itself, maybe. Just maybe. Close one. All top three. Headed to McDonald's, would anyone like it? Is it lunchtime yet? It's still breakfast. I'd rather have a burger. I always would rather have a burger. Sunil, just get me a coffee. Vanilla, large. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. How are you doing, Sunil? Hash browns. Their hash browns aren't bad. I'll take those too. Burgers for breakfast, are you saying? That's true. They are eating burgers for breakfast there. Does McDonald's sell... Can you get McDonald's dinner for breakfast, though? I've never done it. How are you, sir? Ice cream with the machine isn't broken. The gamba is hard to resist, but it looks like we are import grain. The north is in your debt, your majesty. The kingdom's coffers open. A tide of free grain floods from the march to the north, putting many northern merchants out of business and giving some barons a nice windfall. Treasury goes down again. Trade goes up for the march, down for the chiefs. Barons make more money. Barons can't stop making money. The grain proves sufficient to keep the peasants alive until the next harvest, which will hopefully bring better days. Farming goes up 3 for the chiefs. Stability goes up 1. Able to rebel are the chiefs and the Pats currently. Everybody is currently hitting their goals at the moment, though. Can't say you should or not. I linger for a second. In case anybody wants to join them. Pats look like they're closer. But we'll end season. We get to our next auction of the game. Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Richest nobles. After the last couple of seasons, barons are just making tons and tons of money. The poorest baron is still richer than everybody. Is this their auctions to win or lose themselves? Let's review what we have. A, the cathedral raises faith up for the barons. B, the Grand Bazaar raises trade for the barons. C, the fortress will raise military for the chiefs. D, the observatory lowers faith for the chiefs. E, the Deer Park lowers farming for the Pats. And then F, the theater will lower authority for the kingdom. Baron's goal is high trade, that is B. Chief's goal is high military, that is C. Patrician's goal is low authority, that is F. Everybody is currently hitting their goals, though they will all go off after next season, assuming if nobody gets delayed. There's no even counters. Nobody even has a counter here. What do we do? 60 seconds? Only the top 2 buildings get made. Barons can control if they wish, though there's not much they might need here. F is an early leader with 400 gold that will lower authority for the kingdom. Patricians need authority at 4 or less. The chiefs need their military at 5 or more. The barons need their trade at 5 or more. So Pats maybe have the biggest, the most at stake here, since they're right at their threshold. We're over halfway through the auction. F and B are current leaders at 1,200 and then 900 in B. There's 20 seconds left. Nothing going into C yet. The Chiefs, are you waiting your time here? F and B at 1,200 and 900. There's 10 seconds left now. F and B 1,200 to 900 still. I don't see anything out of the corner of my eye happening, so it looks like it will remain F and B. There's a little bit coming into D. Just a little bit in D is what I saw. But bargain prices, F and D. Jelly, 400 gold, biggest contributor to F. FMX, 900 gold to buy the Grand Bazaar. On the verge of rebellion still, Chiefs and Pats. The Barons are almost able to rebel. Let's see, is this all 3 blocks? Do we get a block for everybody? Let's go down the line. Gunpowder first. Your Highness, the Barons of the March are attempting to amass a store of gunpowder. You know, the explosive black powder from Kurth. Y'all want to do a CPAC? What can I do? The Barons have established contacts with Kurth merchants, no doubt at great expense. I know, this doesn't seem to happen too often, where you get all 3 of them with a delay. Without the coin to purchase more powder, however, their plot will fail. Unfortunately, the Barons' trade is booming. They're no doubt stockpiling massive amounts of gunpowder. You bring the revelations, which the Barons wholeheartedly deny, to the Council. All right. This is a... we're going to have this for every faction, in fact, this turn. A what do we do about the Barons' vote? A, do we slap heavy tariffs on all imports to the March? B, replace Marcher custom agents with ones from the coast? Or C, allow the Barons to import whatever they please? All right. What do we do? Ori does it? I don't know. If we're wanting to marry Oriad, we'd have to, I think, delaying everybody. But looks like no. I think we're an alliance of sorts appearing between all the nations. Maybe everybody just as I mentioned earlier, this is the reign of letting everybody just do what they want, huh? Ignoring problems. Just allow the Barons. You can import whatever you want. Do it. Okay. The Council takes no action. The Barons smile to one another as they watch their plot march one step closer to their goal. Losing trust in my advisors. Nethy. Welcome on in, Nethy. How are you doing here today? Thank you for joining us. You have joined into the Chiefs of the North, the mighty Chiefs. How are you doing here today? Are you familiar with the game? Coming in with the join, I assume, usually, but if you have any questions, let us know. We're mid-tier, middle of the game, close to end game at the moment. Your esteemed Majesty, you may have noticed that the kingdom's not exactly doing well lately. It's not your fault, of course. You've been led astray, says Berg. Led astray? I've been led astray by whom? The Spymaster, the Chancellor, the Treasurer, the Marshal. All these unelected figures whispering in your ear. Who appointed them? Can you trust them? Wicked Lords of the West. Nay, nay, the Northern Chiefs fit you perfectly, I'm sure, Neth. I have wondered the same. You need some coastal patricians to advise you. You've got the quick wits and common sense that your current We've got the quick wit, common sense the current advisors lack. Berg, I doubt the other regions would like that very much. Let us worry about the other regions, Your Majesty. We'll bring them round. Please think about what I've said. A few moments later, after Lord Patrician Berg has slipped out your throne room, your Chancellor barges in, looking flustered. Your other advisors follow behind. Your Majesty, the patricians have been spreading rumors about me and your other advisors. And, why would the Pats do something like that? It's an attempt to turn the nobles against us. Trouble is, it's working. The council's demanding our resignations. I don't know how much longer we can weather this storm, Your Majesty. You're not exactly in the strongest position. If the council wants us gone, we'll be gone within the next few months, unless you do something about it. Call a vote. Get the council back on our side. All right. What do we do about the patricians? A. Order the patricians to apologize for spreading ugly rumors. B. Launch an inquiry to prove your advisor's innocence. Or C. We do nothing. Okay. What do we do? What do we do? Man, I can't wait to see their faces when we do nothing. The poor council. The subterfuge ending is fun if you haven't seen it. Where your council gets replaced by the faction overthrowing you. Roleplay-wise, I think it's very cool, too. Do nothing. There was a pact not to do anything for these events at the moment. We will do nothing. When the council choosing not to intervene, the rumors spread like wildfire. Soon, more than half the kingdom is convinced that your advisors must resign. It's the CPAC. The CPAC, indeed. The Long March North. You missed the pack. Roswell, people were saying, let's all vote C here. If people weren't honoring the pack, I was going to screw with this last one. We'll see, though. Good evening, Your Majesty. Tell me, have you heard of Oddheld's Horn? Is that some kind of bottomless drink tavern promotion? That may well be one part of its abilities, but there's certainly more to it than that. The Horn of Oddheld is a northern legend, a horn gifted to mortals before the Ninth's triumph during the Cursed Age. Spymaster, get to the point. You must understand, whether it is a creation of pagan spirit or not, the horn is real. My sources confirm it. It's said to have the power to destroy any fortification with a single toot. The chiefs are searching for it in the frozen wastes, have received a sign hinting at its location. You mean where the ice giants live? A toot, a single toot. Precisely. We'll need to stop them before they retrieve it, if at all possible. Are they getting horny, baby? You've gathered a great host of warrior heroes for the journey to the wastes. We must act fast if we have any hope in stopping them. You hastily assemble the council to deal with the chief's military buildup. The chiefs predictably deny everything. Would you deny us our right to protect ourselves from the ice giants? Bah! Do we A. Forbid the northern armies from entering the frozen wastes? C. Ban all public mention of Oddheld's Horn? Or C. Allow the chiefs to continue building up their forces? Alright. If the pack's in order here... and we're voting C... Let me get us out We're voting C. Like, let me get us out of the bankruptcy, maybe. And Royal Gamble C, right? We're gonna vote C still, aren't we? We can avoid another bankruptcy event. If I Royal Gamble C. Royal Gamble, one of the laws in this game that a monarch can do, if it passes whatever I gamble on, it will add 600 gold to the treasury. So, hey, we'll get us out of sort of the debt we're in. If it fails, it will lose 200 for the treasury, however, is the gamble. And here we go. All right, it's going to be a three-way race. It may depend on who gets a very, very easy last stage. Good to see that some of you still have your heads on your shoulders. Your proposal is shot down. The chief's plan will continue unhindered. All right. A good move. That'll be... Yeah, that's good. Since we might... I didn't want to print money quite yet. Somewhere in a dark cellar, a nervous baron is showing their guests a stupendous cache of explosive gunpowder. "Behold!" says Roswell. "Great God! By my life, black gold dust! And what are those? Cannons, my good friend! Cannons! Muskets, too! Courtesy of the Republic of Kurth! Much more than we got from Oriad. They're very happy with our business. Military will go up for the barons. Now to decide what to do with it all. Once we show our hand, there's no going back. Barons, how do you win the game? A. Sneak the gunpowder under the palace and blow them all sky high. Or put all of these cannons and muskets to good use. A will involve raising stability up. B will involve raising your own military. Stability is at 4. Military is at 10. Military will be an easy path to victory, provided we don't have a way to lower it. Yeah, it's hard to tell you not to go B. A is fun because you get to blow up the palace. But B may be quick. Not Oriad, no! Maybe, if we get the Oriad marriage event next season, we're good. With these explosive weapons, we'll be unstoppable on the battlefield. But we need to make sure we have the troops to use them. Then we'll step up our recruitment, so we're ready when the time comes. I'll get to it. For the final stage, Barons, keep your military at 10 for a full season. Chieftains. In the north, unbeknownst to the rest of the kingdom, a great battle has just taken place. Naturally, the chiefs are celebrating their recent victory against the ice giants in the frozen wastes by smashing steins together and singing battle songs all throughout the night. Did you see that ice giant's face when I cut him down? Poor blighter never felt a heated axe before, ha ha! So much loot. Never mind the horn, look at all the gold. The chiefs make money. The poor Pats sit in last place when it comes to personal wealth. The party lasts long into the night. A few chiefs take turns drinking mead out of Oddheld's horn. As dawn breaks, they stumble into the main hall, where Chief Storm has beckoned them. Quiet down, you lot. It's time to get serious. This horn has the power to collapse buildings, cause earthquakes, even destroy mountains. We must vote on how it will be used. Chiefs, will you A, threaten to destroy the kingdom's food supplies? Or B, sneak into the capital, collapse the palace onto the monarch's head? Alright, chiefs, your third stage. A, lower others' farming. Or B, lowering authority of the kingdom. Pats are moving on. Pats won't be on authority too. Unless they have authority, but they won't, I don't think. So chiefs, everybody's farming. 5, 4, 4. Authority is at 3. You'll have to get it to 1. The farming, you'll have to get down only a few points, but sometimes that feels hard. For everybody is at stake. Sneaky, sneaky, it appears. Somebody needed to collapse the palace since the barons weren't going to do it, though. I know, exactly, Aphra, exactly. Both teams just trying to destroy the palace. Maybe. A bit too sneaky for my liking, but it'll get the job done. We'd best make sure that security is lax enough for us to sneak in. I'm sure we can convince the Queen to relax a few restrictions here and there. For the good of the realm, of course. For the final stage, Baron, or Chiefs, lower authority to 1 or less. Patricians. Somewhere along the coast, Lord Patrician Bergwerkler strolls in his olive grove, accompanied by a close friend. The ninth god has finally answered our prayers, my friend. The council demands the Queen's advisors resign. The Queen is too weak to resist. Our replacements are waiting in the wing. Once our advisors surround the Queen, we'll have complete control of what she hears. We will shape her reality. We'll treat the Queen like a mushroom, keep her in the dark, and feed her. Now, don't be vulgar. The question is, what to do with this control? Patricians. Will you A, turn the Queen into a useless figurehead? Or B, force the Queen to abdicate in favor of their claimant? Do you, A involves a raising stability here, Pats. B, raising others' defiance. Stability's at 4. Chiefs have very high defiance. It would be, I guess, barons you might have to concentrate on making the barons mad. Your own defiance is very high, Pats. Once we've taken over the Queen's inner circle, we'll convince her to abdicate. For the good of the kingdom, of course. And of course, appoint our claimant in her place, I assume. Indeed. Won't the other regions be furious? Not if they despise the current Queen. They'll welcome a new monarch with open arms, even if it's a coast dweller. For the final stage, patricians must raise other regions' defiance to a combined total of at least 14, or ensure another region begins a rebellion. Alright. So, a rebellion will end it for the Pats then if somebody rebels. We come to our tax season. 3 ways a monarch may tax you, the nobles here. Cruel taxing will raise your defiance. Raise the treasury up by 400. Take away 400 gold from everybody in that nation. Common tax, no defiance. Swing 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing you will lower defiance. Lower the treasury by 700. Add 700 gold to the treasury. Barons the rich get richer. They got the bonus. They sell hides of animals that they're insured are rare. They all gain 500 gold. Unrebelling does not work now. So barons, I mean, yeah, just at the very top. Only FMX, not at the top of the leaderboard. The chiefs aren't far behind them. And then it will go barons, chiefs, then Pats on the leaderboard. I will remain with the neutral option here. And just common tax everybody. I know, once you've thrown down that gauntlet, yeah, it's thrown. You can't pick it up. We'll confirm. On the verge of rebellion are the Chiefs and Pats. We have a few events here in the capital. About my heir, first of all. Despite everything, you still refuse to get married. It's unwise, but I'm willing to accept that I can't persuade you otherwise. There's one other thing you're missing, however. Something even more important than a spouse, an heir. You need someone young whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. Right, I'll roll the dice here to determine what my child will be. And I plan on adopting a lowborn child from the orphanage. The nobles won't be happy with a lowborn child being elevated to the royal. I urge you reconsider. And this, yes, this will eventually help out Pats, but it'll take a few seasons. My mind is made up. I'm sure history will remember you as a champion of the people. If it remembers you at all, I'll make the necessary arrangements. There is a new festival. Your Majesty, I was going through the history books and found the most interesting tidbit. During the reign of Queen Iga, the kingdom had a huge parade in honor of all the regions coming together. It was called the Day of Kinship. It was quite the party. A festival, you say? Drinking? Dancing? Yes, but it wasn't just about that. With all the visitors who come to the capital, the city flourished. I hear it made things much more harmonious across the kingdom, too. I suggest we reinstate the Day of Kinship. I'll roll, but I'll roll between the big party or the slow-key party. We have to have a party. Methinks maybe something will happen. We don't know. We have to have a party. And you can only have the party when you're a party monarch, so. D20 here. Get a 13. Let's do something a little more low-key, Chancellor. Maybe we could have a small party in the palace. Just something to recognize Iga's achievements. Oh, that would be lovely. I'll arrange the food. I hope I'm invited. Of course you are! I'm sure the Spy Master can sort out the invitations. The two of them hurry away, deep in conversation. Right. The trade war. Your Majesty, the Republic of Kurth has levied extreme trade sanctions against us for our perceived crimes against them. Notably, your refusal to surrender Ordiad to their custody. Oh, by the way, Kurth is still mad at us. Trade goes down across the kingdom. Stability goes down 1. We don't need Kurth. They're our biggest trade partners by far, Your Majesty. Our economy is basically on fire now. So what do we do about it? That's for the council to decide. Kurth must also be suffering from this, but we can't afford to wait them out. Our people will soon run out of basic necessities. We can't wait for the basic necessities. What do we do? A. Escalate the trade war by raising tariffs on Kurth goods instead. B. Import essential goods from Ashmead instead of Kurth. C. Lower tariffs. Offer exclusive trade routes to Kurth as concession. Or do we D. Send in the Navy to take Kurth's goods by force? So A doesn't pass. There are, this is a little interesting, I think. Because although we cannot lower the Baron's military, there are options to raise defiance. There are options that lower authority. What do we do? We'll go ahead. Navy, yeah, D is just Navy. So I think D is just Pat's military. I think. I'm pretty sure. So what do we do with Kurth? Maybe our last event of the game. Go out swinging? Sending in the Navy? A few people say. The Pats want to escalate the trade war. It's tied up, though. Anybody break a tie? A and D. Otherwise, the monarch makes the decision. And I would roll it. Anybody A or D? Escalating the war? Sending in the Navy? Let's go, Navy. The Navy starts patrolling the Ghost Sea, intercepting Kurth vessels and taking plunder wherever they can find it. Of course, Kurth is quick to respond in kind. The trade war heats up, flaring into open battles on the high sea. Rebel? There is still chances to rebel, but... I mean, technically, no. I don't think so. End of season. I'll tease you guys by grabbing a golden choice. Haha. But in the spring of 950, a Casus Belli. Please, everyone, do quiet down, one at a time. It starts as a day like any other. The chiefs are arguing with the patricians over something important, you assume. You had trouble keeping your eyes open through the whole thing. That is, until the marshal breaks into the room, waving a sealed letter in the air. Your Majesty, esteemed nobles, I hold in my hand a proclamation from the Barons of the March. You will want to hear this. Finally, something interesting. We, the undersigned, declare the monarchy and its council unfit for purpose, being unable to guide and safeguard the kingdom in these dangerous times. As such, we hereby proclaim the creation of a new military government, which will take effect immediately. Any resistance will be met with the full force of the march. Your Majesty, this letter has gone out to every town and city in the kingdom, to every noble, mayor, peasant alike. The printing press hasn't been invented yet. How did that happen? As the council chamber catapults itself into a frenzy, you notice the Baron's bench, conspicuously empty. Your Majesty, allow us to put down these treacherous dogs. It would be my pleasure. Nonsense. Allow us the honor. The patricians stand ready to assist you, Your Serene Highness. Funny how the chiefs and Pats are loyal in this cutscene. You personally wrote every one of them. Wow. Alright. You have the honor of destroying my enemies, Chief Nethi. Lord Patrician Azura's son is right. The patricians will go, or I'm not taking any chances. You will fight together. Which of them do we get to shoot down? We'll roll it. Who do we send? This is unfortunate. I'm sorry. We take no chances. Chiefs, Pats, you must fight together. They grumble about it, but agree. Within days, armies are raised and ready to fight. Maybe we can hold them off here. What could have possessed the barons to go this far? Surely they don't believe they can go up against the rest of the kingdom. I know, it's just the barons against the rest of the kingdom. We got this. As it turns out, it's exactly what they were thinking. When the first report comes back from the front, the northern and coastal troops are fearful, even traumatized by the Baron's military might. Cannons and muskets, they tore through my soldiers like they were paper. It was a bloodbath. Military goes down 2 for the chiefs and Pats. But don't we have some of our own? Some, Your Majesty, but not this many. The Barons have amassed a horde of unmatched by any army anywhere on the continent. There's nothing we can do. The Barons were hoarding gunpowder right under your nose. Who could have predicted this? Just what they needed to seize the throne by force. Within a week, the Loyalist forces are decimated. Your Marcher enemies are closing in. This is worse than I'd imagined, Your Majesty. We simply cannot compete with the weapons. Authority goes down. Stability goes down. What are your orders? Everyone for themselves. We stand and fight to the very last. Or I must evacuate the palace and my bowels. We'll evacuate. Let's get the hell out of here. They're coming with guns. Come with me, your majesty. I will escort you to the catacombs. It's the safest way out. She hurries you down a flight of stairs and through the dungeon. Right into an open cell. Damn it. Damn it. Spy Master, what the heck? Inside, if you please. Let's not make this difficult. What a twist! Over my dead body, I'll gut you for this. Why has everyone forsaken me? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's something you said. But you know that it's not. She closes the cell door. It is preposterous. The barons flood the capital by the end of the week. Or so your jailers tell you. You expect to be dragged into public for an execution. But you remain in your cell. After what feels like months. Morgamoon, that's all this is. It's the start of oblivion. You start to think they forgot about you. Finally, however, you're brought up to the council chamber in manacles. They parade you around in front of other nobles like a performing animal. Baron Adelis sits on your throne. The king, Tom. What have you done? What is the meaning of this? They fooled me, Cherry. Be quiet, Hairbrain. You're not the one who gives the orders anymore. That's when you realize they won't get rid of you. You're far more useful alive, as a jolly figurehead to keep the peasants in check and ensure a sense of continuity. At least until the new monarch Adelis has cemented their rule. It's good you already got to know a few of the rats in your cell. You'll be spending many long years in their company, by the looks of things. GG's to everybody, but especially huzzah to the barons! Their first victory! Queen Terra was kept in the dungeons as a hostage until she finally outlived her usefulness and was quietly fed some poisoned gruel. So at least I didn't have to rot in the dungeon too long. The chiefs abandoned their hopes for Oddheld's Horn, which passed into legend once more. A treasure fit only for seducing adventurers into the frozen wastes, where ice giants or hypothermia awaited them. The patricians' attempt to replace the queen's advisors never panned out. One night, Lord Patrician Bergwerkler awoke to find a smiling spymaster holding a knife to his throat, kindly asking you to desist. With their shiny new guns, the barons secured hegemony over the rest of the kingdom, installed Adelis as unquestioned monarch, at least until the bullets ran out a few years later. Alright, so that's what happened then. Yeah, the barons have guns, but yeah, they don't have an unlimited supply of gunpowder, not bullets either. Continuing on, Queen Terra the Rodent. The kingdom, because of the Oread sort of sidetrack, wasn't doing too well. Leonidas will be our wealthiest noble. The stats, we're playing one more game with this dynasty, which I'll start shortly here. The stats of the kingdom, authority and stability will reset. Don't worry about that. The other stats will remain. Barons look very good. Azera-san, thank you for the follow. Hope you've had some fun then. We'll do one more, continue right away then. One more game with this same dynasty. Monarch Adelis will sit atop the throne though. Join back in. I don't have to walk the dogs. Just let me walk for a second myself and use the restroom real quick. But I will be right back. You can join right in. The game will start once I return here then. Thank you all for being here. The Barons get their first victory in our tournament. I can't even do an ad right at the moment. I recently ran an ad, did I? But I will be back then. Let me get some water. I need more water. Gonna get into this game now. I've been addicted to this game for months here. It's very addicting. And I usually play Monday through Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm a morning streamer for me. American. And we've been playing it almost since it came out. I didn't have this game the first week, but I was playing in other people's streams. Azerson, thank you for the follow. Midnight here. Oh, okay. You're on the other side of the world as me, then. The setting sun, the land of the rising sun, almost. All right, Mike, welcome on in. I see a new person, Mikey. How you doing, Mike? Monarch Adelis will take over the crown here. Marley, welcome back. Adelis looks cool. The red hair looks good with his like red everything else. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, that's the... in case there's a whole lot of I was like, how can I do this? That's in case there's a whole lot of nobles. It'll, that's the scroll through the list there. I'm like, how can I do this? Woo! Woo! It's 11:08 for you. Almost midnight. It's almost tomorrow. I live in the eastern coast of the United States of America. Close to Washington, D.C. Sometimes I'll say I'm from D.C. Alright. If you missed it here, everybody, Barons won our first game. That was their first win in the past couple of weeks. We'll see how good today. Eating honey while watching stream. I love honey. We'll see if we have bees here today. Let me go path to victory first. Your Majesty, the history books do not look kindly upon usurpers, unless, of course, they prove themselves worthy of the throne that they had stolen. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Alright. I will pick my goal randomly here. Wasn't working out too well last game, that's fine. I don't need to win. Though, Barons, if I remain loyalists, they're probably hoping for me to get an easy one here. We get 3 again. Spectre, welcome back. 3 means that Monarch Adelis wants to be the greatest monarch who ever lived. I see. So you're the type who likes to build a lot of statues of yourself, aren't you? I suggest over the next few years, you focus on improving your authority as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Right. Council introductions next. Soundwave. We bloody well pulled it off, didn't we? The Barons are finally in charge, and we can sort this kingdom out. Now just remember our little arrangement. We put you on that damn throne. So you do as we tell you, got it? Lazy, welcome back. 1950. If you're newer to the game, since we did a dynasty, when you return to the region you were in before, so Lazy was a chief, we'll return to the chiefs. 1950 gold, you'll keep all the gold you had last game. So the Barons will remain rich, any of them that played in the previous game. Soundwave, what if I governed for the good of the whole kingdom? Now let's have the other regions ever done for us. The march is what matters, don't forget that. I'll jam my boot so far up your backside you'll taste shoelaces. Now introduce yourself to the rest of the council. But don't forget what I told you today. I won't, Spectre, alright? I won't. Being intimidated. Patricians. A pleasure, your esteemed highness. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign. Ephra? We'll see. Chiefs, good luck in the days ahead, Your Majesty. You'll need it, dealing with us lot. Waper, my good friend. We will. With that, introductions are done. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices. Meanwhile, what do you think? Will they be a good little monarch and do as they're told? Too early to tell, but I have a bad feeling. We should have a backup plan just in case. Coordination. Your Majesty, you may have won the throne from Queen Terra, but you must still answer to this council. As is tradition, they will decide what happens with your coordination. What? But it's my coordination! This isn't an absolute monarchy, Your Majesty. Everything has been run past a council vote, even this. Should we call the nobles in? Right. Welcome to Game 2 of the day. Truly, I am not playing this game. It is you, the nobles, who get to play this game. And there is one decision you must make every single game. That is our coordination. What will we do? A. Host a lavish party with jugglers and fountains of wine. B. Proceed with a religious ceremony that honors the ninth god. C. Throw the monarch into the river. Or D. These are outdated traditions. There's no need for a coronation at all. We picked D last time. I did not have a coronation. Did Queen Terra. Is that now a time-honored tradition? Or do we pick something else for Monarch Adelis? There are consequences always for your actions. Sometimes unforeseen. However, the coronation, as far as I know, doesn't affect the rest of the game at all. Besides these stat boosts or drops. A religious ceremony that honors the ninth god? How exquisite. Perfect. Based and Baron-pilled. Indeed. Alright. In the hallowed halls of St. Bertrand's Cathedral, the Archbishop places the crown upon your head before launching into a sermon. And that is why Adelis is the monarch, ordained by divine right, chosen by the ninth god, and elevated above all. Archbishop nor High Inquisitor showed up in the first game, did they? If the assembled nobles were plotting against you, perhaps the threat of eternal damnation has given them second thought. Probably not. Probably not. My nobles don't care about damnation. End of season. What they care about is their schemes. Henrika of the FMX 001 bloodline. Sinister Marcher Hellion stands before a blazing hearth yelling at full volume. What a coup! Adelis now sits the throne. The barons are in charge. But the other regions will already be scheming to depose them. Do we stay loyal to the new monarch or cut our losses? Put me on the throne instead. Barons, will you A. remain loyalist, B. attempt intimidation, or C. propaganda? Barons? Just like loyalists. Most people have been attempting loyalists. It's worked out a couple times last week. It plays a little differently when I'm not particularly trying to win. The other two are boring. Loyalist, it appears it will be. Barons will help Monarch Adelis win. That settles it then. Glory to the monarch and glory to the march. But we can always change our minds. If Adelis ever gets out of line, we will take up arms and get rid of them the old-fashioned way. The Baron's goal is to aid the monarch by countering the other region's schemes as much as they can. They will win the game if the monarch produces an heir and completes their ambition. However, if defiance gets too high, they can still change their minds, rise up in rebellion. That happened last Friday. The Counts, loyalist, and still rebelled. Herald of the Combo Lurker clan, the legendary northern troublemaker, stands precautiously on a longhouse crossbeam, spitting as they speak. Last time you had a hero, now you have a troublemaker. Chiefs of the North, we all know I should be on the throne, not the imposter Monarch Adelis. How do we make that happen? Chiefs, how do you make it happen? Do A, an uprising. B, subterfuge. C, hornblower. I mean, did you see your events? A involves raising the treasury up. B, lowering stability in the kingdom. C, lowering all faith. You attempted hornblower last game, Chiefs. You were getting very close. Subterfuge involves lowering stability. It's already at 5. A little subterfuge, it would appear. Doesn't seem Chief-like to be subtle. But maybe that's why it'll work. The Chiefs plan to replace the Monarch's closest advisors with their own agents. First, they must prove the current advisors are doing a bad job. To advance their scheme, you must lower stability to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Pats. Alpheus of the Azura Sun family, powerful business mogul, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, explaining in measured prose. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of the Monarch Adelis. Something must be done. Pats, how will you win the game? A monopoly. B, conspiracy. Or C, corruption. Pats get 3 pat ones. A will involve raising your own trade up. B, lowering the treasury. And C, lowering authority. Your trade's at 4. Treasury's at 15. Authority is at 5. The only one you'd currently be hitting would be B, to keep the treasury at 1,500 or less pats. Monopoly means you have to get at least 1 more trade. Authority means you have to get it to 4 or less. Any pats? Pats? Calling pats. Wish to pick your call for the game, or we make it randomized. They went random last. The pats were random last time, and we're keeping with that. Bushido Stormrunner. How are you doing here today, Bushido? Thank you for joining us. Bushido, you yourself then are a patrician. Picking your goal for the game currently, if you want to pick your goal. Dope name. It is a dope name. Effer says corruption. We go with it. We will. Welcome on in, Bushido. I assume most people who join immediately know a little bit about the game, but if you have any questions, let us know here, Bushido. The Barons is our second game of the day. The Barons won the first game. The Patricians, though, plan to turn the throne into a commodity that can be bought and sold at will. First, they must ensure that the rule of law is crumbling. To advance their scheme, lower authority to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Alright, so checking in with everybody. The Barons wish to remain loyal to their monarch, Monarch Adelis. They win the game, should the Monarch win the game. My goal is authority. The Chiefs attempting subterfuge, they need stability at 4 or less. The Pats attempting corruption need authority at 4 or less. First law. Go iron. Iron choice. Let's check out Itchin' for a Fight first. Airhawk. Your Majesty, we in the March have finished a complete reorganization of our new army. It truly is a powerful beast now. This seems like an appropriate continuation on the first game. Airhawk, is there something you want? Since you asked, I was hoping the Crown might be willing to host some military exercises. The soldiers are restless. Can you define exercises for me? We just need a suitable campaign to whet our swords and spears. An unbloodied army isn't worth its salt, I say. Let's see what the council thinks about this, Airhawk. Instead of a costly war, Your Highness, we could establish mercenary companies that fight abroad and take a healthy cut of the profit. Or, if Your Majesty wished to gain something more than gold, we could use our might as intended, make inroads into Tavolin, whose meager army will surely be no match. Right? The barons are bored and want to fight somebody. Do we A, establish mercenary companies loyal to the barons? B, start a border dispute with Tavolin? C, embark on a full-scale invasion of the Ashmedian Empire? Or do we D, deny the barons these foolhardy exercises? Right? They are hungry for some fighting. The barons always are. What do we do? Immediately. Getting in immediately. I don't know if Bushido's got in. Soundwaves did. And Bushido, yeah, Bushido, your vote, I think, was too early. There it goes. Full-scale invasion? Are you mad, my nobles? That's Ashmead, you know. The largest country in the continent. Their might is beyond limits. Full-scale invasion? All right. We'll go. Let's do it. Grand. Let's teach those Ashmedian dogs a lesson for existing without our permission. Defiance can't get any lower for the barons. Stability goes down, authority goes up. Willfully misinterpreting a standard diplomatic message as a grave insult, you send a declaration of war to the Ashmedian Empire. You've never seen the barons so excited. And on the other side, we have a contentious sale. Mike comes to me. Your Highness, this is an outrage. Baron Soundwave Spectre is trying to steal my bear from under my nose. Did you say bear? It's not their bear. I was about to buy this beast from an adventurer in the Tatterlands when Chief Mike M. turned up shouting and raving about Skirnor. Who is Skirnor? The northern goddess of medicine and knowledge. The bear wears her mark upon her brow, clear as day. Tell me more about the bear. She's a magnificent specimen, a great addition to my menagerie. I suppose this is a matter for the council to decide. Mark my words, if this bear is not brought to the north where she belongs, there will be trouble. Don't touch my Misha. Alright. A, if it's sacred, Chief Mike should have the bear. B, finders keepers. Baron Soundwave can have the bear. Or C, encourage a bidding war between the two nobles. I will do what I love to do here and veto C to force you to pick who gets it. Otherwise, as the one with the most money, C would give it to Soundwave. But I like vetoing C here. Who gets the bear? A, the chiefs, or B, the barons? Couple pats throwing their support behind Chief getting the bear. The barons hoping that they get it themselves. Anybody? All right. Contested. One of the chiefs, even Combo, thinks it would be better off with the Baron. Anybody? We need a bear. Can we put the bear on the front lines? Anyone? All right. Tied up means that Monarch breaks the tie. Crystal will come in. The Chiefs want to give it to the Barons. The Barons excitedly purchase the bear for an extraordinary amount from the Tatterlands adventurer, who can't believe her luck. Naturally, the Chiefs aren't happy to have lost their sacred symbol, but there's little they can do. Their defiance will go up. The bear turns out to be a fearsome creature with bright white fur and intent green eyes. And she's vast. Even on all fours, she stands taller than a wagon. She's transported to the march, sedated by special herbs. Baron Soundwave Spectre anticipates sell-out attendance at the zoo. The Honor Guard. One evening, you're sitting up in bed, reading some paperwork, when a filth-encrusted peasant wanders into your bedchamber, bold as brass. "Hello, your Madge. Glad I finally found you. This bloody place is a maze. Mind if I take a seat?" Who are you? "Oh, me? Name's Quacking Tony, your Madge. Pleased to meet you. Listen, I've got a bloody great idea for you. What if we tied a lunch of birds to a knight? I reckon you could field some aerial troops and totally dominate the battlefield." Before Quacking Tony can explain further, your marshal bursts into the bedchamber, sword drawn. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I have no idea where the Palace Watch are. Do you want me to kill this intruder?" "Oh, Marshal, no, wait, hold on, Marshal. I think we should vote on his proposal." "Whatever you say, your Majesty." She goes and gathers up the council, who trickle into the hall in their pajamas, rubbing sleep from their eyes. They don't look particularly pleased to be woken up. Right. Quacking Tony has a great idea. A, yes, we'll put the pilot program in the north. B, yes, the pilot program will be in the coast. C, yes, the pilot program will be in the march. Or D, no. This is incredibly stupid. Arda Denez, welcome on in. How are you doing today? Flying Knights. Who gets to have Flying Knights? Arda, you are a patrician for the game. Thank you for joining us. Hope all is well on your side of the kingdom. Special event that occurs. Last time we had the mop event. This time we've got the pilot event. Quacking Tony never steers us wrong. Good old Tone. I mean, he's not as smart as Ralph, but... Spectre, true. True. And, you might notice this isn't good for whoever it happens to. Anybody break a tie? Out there that hasn't voted? Is it incredibly stupid? No, it's not stupid. We'll do it in the march. Under Quacking Tony's close supervision, a flock of ravens are tied to a marcher knight. Instead of flying, the knight is lost in a flurry of mad pecking and pooping. Quacking Tony insists you merely use the wrong type of bird. Further experiments are conducted with owls, eagles, geese, woodpeckers, ostriches, and little grebes, before hundreds of martyred troops quit in disgust. The military goes down 2 for the Baron's defiance goes up. Needless to say, the whole thing is an embarrassing failure. authority will go down. Your Majesty, if that peasant had been a maniac with a crossbow, I dread to think what could have happened. If one thing's clear from this mess, you need an honor guard who can actually keep you safe. Not like the pathetic watch. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and their region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. No need to even ask, Marshal. The monarch knows that our veterans are the only ones with experience of real warfare. Alright. Moon, let's learn about everybody first. The Northern Warriors. They are bearded oaths with axes and no manners. They'll get drunk and cause trouble in the palace. No discipline at all. Can't guarantee they won't run off on some random quest. But they're honorable, and in a fight unbeatable. The Coastal Gladiators are a gang of low-born crooks who've turned themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable. But can you trust them? The veterans. The veterans of the march are fought more battles than they've had hot dinners. They'd be uncouth, no doubt, won't adapt well to life in the palace, but they're loyal and tough as nails. The mercenaries. I suggest a band of fearsome fighters from the Tatralands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly, and hiring foreigners will be considered an insult to the rest of the kingdom. I've made my decision. I await your verdict with bated breath, Your Majesty. Alright, and I shall roll to determine who we pick. It was the Barons last time. And it will be the Barons once again. They served me well. They're loyalists, it makes sense. I will make the arrangements at once. Defiance goes down for whomever you pick, goes up for the other nations, however. The veterans arrive a few weeks later. They march into the throne room in perfect formation before lining up behind your throne, hands on their sword hilts. Each soldier sports a bigger scar than the last. Our first auction of the game. Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Richest Nobles list is on the right. If you need to know how much you have, ask, I can tell you. If you're playing on PC, there's an extension in the game. It should be above me, like where my mouse cursor is. Get the extension. Hopefully it's working. Everybody's money matters, even though barons seem like they are the richest here. Let's review what we can do. A, the library raises stability for the kingdom. B, the Thieves Guild will lower trade for the barons. C, the cathedral raises faith up for the chiefs. D, the prison lowers stability for the kingdom. E, the fortress raises military for the pats. Then F, the theater will lower authority for the kingdom. Chiefs want low stability. Pro-chief is D. Anti-chief is A. Patricians want low authority. They want F. There's no block to that. Barons are loyal. They want high authority, I suppose, for me. So barons would need a block. Not many good blockers either. Like A and C are your best blockers, barons. 60 seconds for an auction. The last 10 seconds when I recommend getting in your snipes. I cannot stop the bell in an auction. Only the top two buildings get created. A and D are quick out of the gate. A raising stability, D is lowering stability. Would seemingly do nothing, but it's still at the same time, no. That never does nothing. If one does not pass, you will not get you will be hindered or helped, or there's no nothing. A and C at the moment then. C overtaking D. C raises faith up for the chiefs. A and C currently being funded. Now F gets up there 2,100 to 1,500 for A. There's 10 seconds left. F at 2100, A is at 1500, there's 1400 in C, 741 in D, still F and D now, F and D, E comes out of nowhere. Who is that? Crystal, with a big snipe on E. F lowers authority down, Ephra, biggest contributor to that. Crystal raising military up, trying to stop somebody? You're going a bit rogue. That is a bit rogue. Raising military for another nation. We have, let's go, the war with Ashmead. Ha! You should have seen the look on the Ashmeadian diplomat's face when I told him we were declaring war on his pathetic empire. I kicked him in the rump as he left for good measure. Marley, let's open a bottle of wine, then. Too soon to celebrate, Your Majesty. We've got a war to win. The Ashmeadian Empire's golden age is long behind it. They're still bigger than us, with more soldiers than a long history of conquest. But they lack discipline, are plagued by infighting. The kingdom's armies are in decent shape, but this will be difficult. News of the war inspires a wave of patriotic fervor across the kingdom. Older knights come out of retirement. Naive youth stampede to join the army. Hopefully it'll prove enough. Everybody's military goes up. Rest assured, Your Highness, you'll have our full support in the war. What's our opening gambit? Right. Opening the war up. Do we A, have these spy masters send assassins and saboteurs into Ashmead? B, send a small expeditionary force to test the Empire's strength? C, begin the full-scale invasion? Or D, call upon the church to declare a holy crusade? None of these rolls are particularly high. We don't know the consequences of C, but that's a full-scale invasion at C. What do we do? Ashmead is calling to us. Full-scale invasion. Small force. Our army right now is alright. Fighting Ashmead can take a lot out of it. We have 19 total. I'll start marshalling our troops. The Empire's no easy target. We only have one chance to get this right. Nonsense! One swift kick, the whole house of cards will tumble down. Wait and see. Right. Industries are collapsing. Your Majesty, mass unemployment and unrest have arisen in the north. Businesses are going bankrupt. Mills are shutting down. People are calling it a Great Depression because it's making everybody miserable. Hi, my investments have gone up in smoke. It's the same for all the other chiefs. We must find a way to lift the north out of poverty. The north loses money. How much did you all have? Like 750 did you lose? More than that? Less than that? You lost some, though. Poor chiefs. Your money. Worse than death in this game is losing your money. What do we do? We cannot afford to do A. The treasury is too low. Do we B? Provide jobs digging ditches and building roads? C. Mass unemployment? Easy fix. Turn them into soldiers. Or D. Tell the peasants to stop buying so much turnip toast. It's already broke? Ha-ha! See, that's a part of the strategy. You can't lose money if you're already broke. Alright, what do we do? What do we do? North ain't doing so hot trade-wise. Just because their trade is low, they get this. Easy fix. Soldiers, we might need soldiers for the war. I mean, this might be perfect. They're not going to be happy about it, but I mean, Just put a sword in their hand, they're fine. We got a war to win, peasants. It's more important than eating. You begin the process of mass conscription, forcing the unemployed northern peasants to be productive by shoving longbows into their hands, telling them to practice hitting sacks of straw at 50 paces. The northern army swells in size, but the economy is still in shambles. The chiefs grumble that their investments are losing value by the day. Chiefs gain 2 military, their defiance goes up 1. Not bad. Finding a spouse. Your Majesty, it's important to find a spouse sooner rather than later. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference, men, women? Or do you not mind? I suppose then we don't have Oria to pursue this game. Bring Monarch Adelis, anybody. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. It's an easy enough decision. You'll marry into the barons before we agree, as we agreed before you took the throne, right? Right? Made no such bargain. We get to our next tax season of the game. Our first tax season of the game. 3 ways a monarch may tax the nobles. Cruel taxing you raises defiance. Adds 400 gold to the treasury. And takes 400 wealth from every color. From every noble of that color. Common taxing you, no defiance, swing 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing will lower defiance. Lower the treasury by 700 gold. Add 700 wealth to every noble in that faction. The barons are rich. They're even richer, in fact. They got the bonus. They sell hides of animals that they're insured are rare. Every baron gained 500 more gold. Everyone else gained 200. FMX is utilizing a special channel point redemption we have around here that is returning this week after we didn't use it at all. Where FMX is telling me exactly what to do. And FMX has an interesting proposition. The rich get richer, FMX? This seems... Is this gonna work out? This doesn't seem smart of me. Bushido, thank you for the follow. It really, it really isn't what I would recommend most monarchs do. Bribing the richest nation, the most loyal nation, while cruel taxing the poorer and more defiant other ones. It's not unprecedented. Hold on a second. Ephra has something else to say about it, though. If you're new to the stream, Ephra and FMX, these are channel point redemptions that you can use to tell me what to do. One of them is more powerful, and FMX was trying to get a discount, but Ephra will trump Ephra. Coin is indeed king. What should we do? And it is balanced by, there's a long cooldown on both of these channel point redemptions, and they both cost a whole lot. You have to, like, watch for a week straight to be able to use them, practically. Ephra? Is there something wrong with this? What is wrong? Bribe the Pats, cruel the barons, and common the chiefs. Pats love their money. As punishment for trying to cruel them, maybe. And then to keep nice with the chiefs. Ephra, this is very smart. I like it. I like it. Shake things up a little bit on the board. Boom. Although most of the barons remain up here, a couple of Pats enter onto the board. The chiefs stay where they are. Not bad. Not bad. Rebellion report. On the verge of rebellion are the chiefs. You can rebel in King of the Castle if your defiance stat is higher than the authority and stability. So right now, with 5 as your threshold, chiefs can rebel. When you rebel, you put your scheme on pause and simply try to overtake the kingdom by force. We'll go invading the Empire first, then. Your Majesty, our troops are amassing at the Ashmedian border. Soon we'll cross over, the war will begin in earnest. What are my instructions? Alright. About to have our first real battle against Ashmead. Return the Bear. That's probably going to be on the reasons for a rebellion if it's on there. Do we A, fight with honor and respect civilians' lives? B, she shouldn't be afraid to get her hands dirty. Or C, no mercy and no quarter. How do we fight in the war with Ashmead? We'll have a roll after there's a roll no matter what we pick here as to the success of our first campaign. What are we feeling? The Pats at no mercy, no quarter. Honor and respecting lives, a lot of chiefs going that direction. Are you honorable today, chiefs? You're trying to be. Alright. Let's do it! When did you get so frightened of spilling a little blood? Fine. I'll leave the civilians alone. Will you be coming with me to the front lines, Your Majesty? It could get dicey. Of course I'm coming with you. No roll or nothing, I have to. Accompanied by the Marshal and a regiment of palace soldiers, you ride out to the front lines to lead the invasion into Empire territory. Most of Ashmead is a scorching hot desert, dotted with the rusted hulks of strange machines. Rivers crisscross the arid landscape like tangled serpents, glittering towns of marble crowded on their banks. The Marcher soldiers are awaiting you, led by Baroness Marley. Time to teach those Ashmedian scum some manners. Alright, lead the charge. It's eerily quiet once you cross into Ashmead. But not for long. My liege, duck! I will duck. Marley tells me to duck, I duck. An arrow zips past your head, followed by another arrow, and another. Ambush! Ambush! Ashmedian cavalry, wielding flashing scimitars and riding skinny white horses, burst from the nearby tree line. Your troops rally around you. But there are too many. Over several hours of exhausting fighting, you're forced back as your soldiers fall like cut grass. Military goes down for everybody. Your honor guards surround you, desperately striving to keep you safe, as Ashmedians charge past and arrows rain down. One by one, they're cut down, leaving you defenseless. You ride through the chaos of battle, searching for the Marshal. A lance catches your armor, knocks you clean off your horse. You lie in the mud, staring up at a dozen Ashmedians charge at you. And suddenly, Baroness Marley rides up, placing her horse between you and the enemy. She fends off your attackers while you climb back into your saddle. You whip your horse into a gallop with Baroness Marley alongside you. When you turn to thank her, you find that she's dead in the saddle. A javelin stuck through her chest. Marley, you saved me. There you are. We need to retreat. Retreat! Honorable Baron, I know. You always love the Baron who saves the king here. Marley, it would have been game over if not for you. Marley has died. How sad, how tragic, not Marley. But fear not, if you're new to the game, you can die, alright? If you die, become imprisoned, otherwise incapacitated, you always come back. Marley, your child, Marley II, will join the council now. Your troops turn and flee, while the Ashmedians cut them down. Somehow you make it across the border, but you don't stop riding until you're within the walls of the capital. The Empire will stage a counter-invasion. I'll do my best to gather our scattered troops under one banner. Alright, so our first real battle doesn't work out too well. Gamers, hello there. How are you doing here today, gamers? Thank you for joining us. You have arrived in time to join the patricians for our second game of the day here. And let's check out a lackluster menagerie. Oh no, not lackluster. It is a Count's ring today, for it was a Count's victory on Friday. What will my ring be tomorrow? Barons in the lead so far. They won the first game. Soundwave comes to me. Your Majesty, I fear our menagerie is failing to thrive. We thought the bear would be the star of the show, but she just sits in her enclosure looking sad. No one wants to see her. Of course she's sad. She's meant to roam the frozen tundra, not hanging around in your scrubby woods. Actually, we'd wondered if she'd like some company. Perhaps the Tatterlands would yield another bear of her type. Facts. Right. The barons want to double down. More bears. Do we A, hand the bear over to the chiefs instead? B, find the bear a companion? C, bring the bear to live in the royal palace? Or D, the barons must put on a grand feast for their bear? Right. What do we do? The barons, if you're joining in here, gamers, anybody else, barons got the bear. She expected the face. I know. It's brave. I mean, and it's most barons and chiefs, I guess, would feel honored to die in combat like that. Protecting the monarch? Marley the First shall be known forever. Once we win the game, that is, barons. Hand the bear back to the chiefs? Doesn't happen too often. But alright. Let's do it. Nothing to it but to do it. The barons aren't too happy to have lost their star exhibit, but they console themselves with the fact that it turned out to be a pretty boring bear. The bear is transported once more to the north this time. To the north this time. She's increasingly impatient and eats one of her guards along the way. Alright, Marley? Cool. Cool. Defiance will go down, but will go up for the north, go up for the march. Hopefully she'll settle in more comfortably once she gets there. Eligible options. I found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. You'll be securing a powerful alliance. And a partner for life to have and to hold. Don't forget, Chancellor. Indeed, Your Majesty. The Chancellor leads you to the Great Hall, where they've arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Wait! I don't even get to meet them? There's no time for sentiment. You just need a match that befits your station and suits your political needs. They whisk away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Kestrid, the firstborn daughter of the Northern Crystal Ales clan. She's been a melancholy sort ever since she was a child, but otherwise she's decent company. She keeps the company of witch women and god speakers who have taught her mysterious secrets. She's an incredibly driven person by all accounts. Gets up at the crack of dawn each morning, goes for a swim in the frozen lake. She's cool. Not bad. Sounds exciting. Your daughter, I like her, Crystal. I can see the appeal. From the coast, we have Maurice, wealthy heir to Lord Patrician Bushido's Stormrunner's estate. I mean, just look at him. He's gorgeous. Apparently got a silver tongue, too. Got a cool, shaggy beard. He's also obsessed with the arena. All his friends are gladiators. Sometimes he even enters a fight himself. He's apparently got a dark side, though I don't know much more about that. Not bad, not bad. I like the sound of him. He's alright. Finally, we have the March's offering, Leopold, scion of the prestigious Morgramoon bloodline. A typical baron, clearly. Loud and brash and self-absorbed, but mostly well-meaning. He set up his own mercenary company for a while and did good business. That's all over now. He's got a reputation for not giving a damn what anyone thinks of him. He's got some golden hair. He's that old, meh. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions, but you'll gain a lifelong alliance. Alright. And I will be picking at random here. Rolling my dice. 1, 2 is Kestrid. 3, 4, Maurice. 5, 6 will be Leopold. Get 3. We will choose Maurice of the Coast. Excellent. I'll make the arrangements. Defiance goes down 2 for the Pats, goes up 1 for the others. On the verge of rebellion, we're still the chieftains. If anyone wanted to, it'd be an early rebellion. Before the by the first year and everything. It appears that we are not rebelling yet. We will move on for the chiefs instead. Chaos in the kingdom. Up in the north, Chief Crystal Ales is hosting a grand feast at their clan hall. The kingdom's on the brink of chaos. The council is calling for the monarch's advisors to resign. If we want them gone, though, we'll need to increase the pressure. Once the monarch's in a weak enough position, they'll have no choice but to bow to our demands. No more interfering spymaster, no more marshal, chancellor, or treasurer. Whole new inner circle, all made up of chiefs. For the next stage of your steam, chiefs, you must lower authority to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Alright, chiefs have moved on. The Pats, wallowing in corruption. In a dingy seaside tavern, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Good news, my friend! The palace officials have been accepting my bribes. They're becoming more and more open to corruption. What are we getting in return? Oh, not much. Better seat in the council chamber, access to the monarch's room when they're out, that sort of thing. But the important thing is the monarch's staff are getting used to selling their principles to the highest bidder. So what next? Palace staff are one thing, but the true prize would be the loyalty of the Chancellor and the rest of the monarch's inner circle. To do that, we need to demolish their respect for the monarch. If the kingdom is in chaos, they will see the monarch as an incompetent fool, be more open to our bribes. To advance their scheme, the Pats must lower stability to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Alright, so patricians and chiefs flip-flopped. They both worked to get their own authority and stability down. Now they must keep it that way, now that they were switching. We'll go unity here. Rebellion report. On the verge are still the chieftains. We'll go invasion begins. Your Majesty, our invasion didn't exactly go according to plan. Ashmedian troops gave us a thrashing. Now they're pouring across the Marcher border. It doesn't look good. I'm all out of ideas. Maybe the council can help. Do we A, trust in the barons to hold them off? B, hire mercenaries to assist the defense? Or C, do we desperately sue for peace? Wow. Tough decision. 50% roll for the Barons to hold them off. 1,200 treasury will be a lot. Sue for a piece? Wow. Alright, yeah, this is a hard decision, I think. What do we do here? Mercenaries can work, though. I mean, we're gonna have bankruptcy events coming soon after that. Bankruptcy events are risky with the randomness I'm playing by. Barons, do we believe in that 50% roll that looks like the Chiefs do? Can you hold them off, Barons? Praise the ninth. Can you do it? Piece of cake. Piece of crumb cake. Baron FMX rides off to muster your defenses. The wait is excruciating. Until a week later, your marshal bursts in to inform you that Ashmead began its attack last night. The first battle is already over. Heine, welcome in. Heine? Heine? Hein or Heine? Welcome on in. How are you doing here today? Silent Striker, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, sir. How are you doing here today? Hein? You are Hein? Is that right? You are a Baron for the game. Thank you for joining us. You thought you had followed? It happens, I suppose. Silent Striker, welcome on in, sir. You are also a Baron. Welcome on in. We are trying to hold off the Ashmeadian Empire right now. We started a war with them. First battle didn't go so well. Looks like the next battle is doing very good, though. As it looked dicey at first, but Baron FMX rallied their troops like a true hero. We slew 12 Ashmeadians for every soldier we lost. That's very good. 12 to 1 casualty ratio is very good. Military goes down 1. Despite their numbers, they haven't made it across the border. We held them off. I suggest a medal is in order. I mean, the Barons are doing the first game. If you missed it, Roswell, the Barons did win our first game today. They are loyalists this game. Roswell coming back. You have 3,100 here. And right now, Barons are the only thing standing between us and the Ashmeads. I guess I've got to award a medal. How could I not? Baron FMX beams as you pin the medal to his chest. He will gain 300 gold. 150 will come out of my treasury. It is thanks to my leadership. Well, appreciate it, Striker. And the Ashmeadians won't give up that easily, unfortunately. We're safe for now, but there's no doubt gearing up for another assault. Alright. So it's even. We're back and forth with Ashmead. Let's get to the finest mead with the patricians. Gamers, your august majesty, the seasons have not been kind to us in the coast. We face poor harvests and miserable farmers. I beg of you, send aid. What do your people need? Gamers, what do your people need? Smat D says, thank you for the follow. What people? No, I am to be wed, your serene highness. And when that day comes, I will drink only the finest mead. But with farms in the current state, we lack the honey. I need more bees. Force the farmers of the coast to don their fancy wicker suits. We shall drink our fill of honey wine. Right. Smat, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow here. We need bees because we need honey because we need mead for our wedding. Do we A, offer honey subsidies for coastal farmers? B, pass a law that mandates beekeeping in the coast? Or C, do we do nothing? This is ridiculous. Yeah, Barons did very good first game. They're doing Alright, the second game. Both the Chiefs and Pats seem to be sort of cruising as well. Alright. What do we do? What do we do? I do love me some honey. Honey and biscuits? Maybe I just like biscuits now. Biscuits and gravy, biscuits and butter. B for bees, B for B? I'm not using too many of my laws throughout the game here. I'm trying to remain neutral all throughout last week and this week, as we all the regions compete against each other. Baron's in agreement on B. However, the other nations look like they want subsidies. We'll go A. The coast farmers are uncertain until you explain that apiaryism actually just means keeping bees. Soon the coast is abuzz. Farming goes up 2 for the Pats. Treasury will go down. Thank you, your august majesty. My wedding is sure to be a success. Gamers, congratulations. Good luck. My own wedding is coming up as well. The royal wedding. Your wedding to Maurice is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Maurice at your side. I know. I want honeymead too, please. Do you take this man as your lawfully wedded husband? Archie, I do. Then I pronounce you married in the eyes of the kingdom. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast. After the feast, a dance. Your new husband, Maurice, laps up the attention, delivering a witty speech in which he flatters you outrageously. Bushido, thank you, alright? I will save a dance for you at the wedding here, sir. Civility and authority go up. Unfortunately, Chiefs and Pats, defiance goes down across the board. By the time you find yourself alone with Maurice, it's past midnight, you've never felt more tired. You danced so very beautifully. It was such a wonderful day, wasn't it? Adelis, I must admit, my heart really wasn't in this. It was lovely. It was a lovely wedding, just... It shocks him at first, and then he smiles. Me neither. Still, I suppose it's the game we must play. Let's drop the act, shall we? So it is all an act? Ha ha ha, caught me. Well, what should we talk about? I'm so used to steering a conversation into safe waters, I've forgotten how to let it run its natural course. Maurice, tell me something that you're passionate about. I never feel as alive as I do during a good fight. Tell me a secret. I'm sorry, my darling, but I'm not comfortable sharing my secrets yet. All right. Maurice, I respect that. We just met. But I must say, the Archbishop's a pompous old fool, isn't he? From there, the conversation flows like fine wine. You pass a bottle back and forth, joking about the greedy nobles and the self-righteous Archbishop. At night's end, you join your husband in bed, feeling for the first time you've glimpsed his real feelings. Success. Nice. Hells yeah. Beard riots all around. Plots and counterplots. Deep in the back rooms of the royal palace, the Marcher barons are poring over secret letters and scribbled diagrams. On the wall is a corkboard filled with pins crisscrossed by colored string. The monarch didn't marry Leopold, but at least they married someone. Now they just need to get on with finding an heir. Hi, the clock is ticking. The kingdom's increasingly unstable, and I'll bet my doe-skin boots it's the chief's work. I've no idea what their long-term plan is, but it can't be good. Then we've got to keep up our efforts. Monarch Adelis isn't going anywhere on our watch. The barons, loyalists, must continue to aid the monarch by countering the other region's schemes. They will win the game if the monarch produces an heir and completes their ambition. Alright. Right now, it seems like you're doing pretty good as we check in with everybody. In the middle, in their second stage, are the chiefs and the pats in 2 turns. We will check to see if they are ready to proceed. The chieftains need authority, 4 or less. The patricians need stability at 4 or less. Barons, keep doing what you're doing. You gotta delay everybody else. My goal, of course, is authority for the game. End of the season here. We will, go. I'll pick a new honor guard first. The deaths of your honor guard in the line of duty was a tragedy, Your Majesty. But we don't have time to mourn. My honor guard was lost when I went to the front lines with Ashmead. I was saved instead by Marley. We must replace them at once. The monarch needs protection. What are my options? Each region offers a selection of elite guards. The chiefs with their most famous warrior heroes. The patricians with champion gladiators from the arena. The barons offer a squad of battle-hardened veteran soldiers. Of course, since your previous honor guard were martyr veterans who will never live to collect their pension, the barons refuse to send any more of their hard-bitten soldiers to die in your service. Barons, come on! We're supposed to be loyal. You can send more wave after wave of soldiers to me, barons. There's a killbot limit on how many people we can die, right? Alright. Tell me about the Northern Warriors. They're bearded oafs with axes and no manners. They'll get drunk and cause trouble in the palace. There's no discipline at all. I can't guarantee they won't run off on some random quest. But they're honorable, and in a fight, unbeatable. Lourdes, welcome on in. Squid team. I think that is the Is that patricians or the coast? The coast would have squids. So I think this is the team you wanted, right? How are you doing? Welcome on in. Picking a new honor guard because ours was killed off by Ashmead. They died, yes. I was running a second and first. I'm like, how did they die? But yeah, they were killed off by when the Ashmead was surrounding me. Tell me about the Coastal Gladiators. A gang of low-born crooks who've turned themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable. But can you trust them? Belasius, welcome on in. Belasius? Saying that right? How are you doing today? You are a chieftain for the game. Thank you for joining us. They died with honor, indeed. Yeah, skill in battle is undeniable. Can you trust them? I know the dialogue. What foreign mercenaries do you suggest? I suggest a band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterland called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly. And hiring foreigners will be considered an insult to the rest of the kingdom. Is what the dialogue says here. Especially what the dialogue used to say. I say the old line because I like it better. I've made my decision. I wait your verdict with bated breath, Your Majesty. Alright. We can't pick the Marcher veterans, everybody. This is our second honor guard of this game. The veterans died defending us. We cannot even choose the mercenaries because our treachery is too low. I will randomly pick then between the Northern Warriors or Gladiators here. Can we get a triple kill on our honor guard? That's something I've been wanting to do. If we can go through each of the honor guard. We'll get a nat 1. Uh-oh. I don't think that spells good news for the Warriors. I will pick them. Very good, Your Majesty. I'll make the arrangements at once. The fines goes up for the Pats, down for the Chiefs. The warrior heroes arrive a few weeks later. They swagger in with big grins and bigger axes, belching and singing and roaring out unsavory jokes. One of your courtiers faints. That would be a good botch, but we'll go with them. They'll go, bankruptcy looms first. The treasury is almost empty, Your Highness. What do you suggest we do? Apart from raising taxes, we have precious few options. You could get a bank loan, sell off the crown jewels, perhaps crack open some of your predecessors' tombs. Most were buried in piles of gold, or so I've heard. Alright. What do we do? This is an event that occurs when you have under 1,000 treasury. I own the Royal Mint, don't I? Make some more coins. Take a hefty loan from Salvington Gold Bank. Sell off some of the royal jewelry to wealthier nobles. Or is it time to crack open some tombs? I'm randomly picking between these. I guess Chiefs like this more. There's 2 chances to lower authority, only 1 to lower stability. The Mint will help neither team at the moment, but eventually will be bad for the kingdom. 1 through 5 is Mint. 6 through 10, bank loan. 11 through 15, I will sell up jewelry. Or 16 through 20, I will crack open tombs. I mean, almost the best option here is the Mint. Just because we gotta hold off people, but, we'll leave it up to chance. We get a 15. That is on the cups of selling off jewelry to the wealthier nobles. You auction off dozens of necklaces, 5 golden rings, and a jeweled scepter to the nobles. It's a humiliating affair. Selling off symbols of power makes you look weak and desperate. Ooh, look at this tiara. Isn't it fetching? Don't mind if I do. The money talks. Azura's son pays 300 gold, yet somehow gains 500 gold reselling it, probably. Hey, check out this scepter. It's like I'm the monarch. Waper loses 300. Sells it again for 500. Okay, but that settles our money problems for now. In the meantime, there is a hungry bear. Mike comes to me. Our wondrous bear is thriving in the north, your greatness, just as Skoronor would wish. The bear was bought by the barons. Now we gave it back to the chiefs. The God Speakers had gained visions of new herbs and spices ever since he arrived. Chicken is on the menu. Gods are good. Trade will go up to 1 for the chiefs. Huzzah, they have 1 trade. Alright then. Can you share this knowledge with the rest of the kingdom? Excellent news. Time for the real question, Mike. Is she adorable and fluffy? My lord, she is an avatar of one of our most powerful deities, your highness. But yes, she is very fluffy. Of course the bear is fluffy. The only thing is that she's eating a lot. Our hunters have to push into the frozen waste to find enough food to go around. Farming goes down. Having second thoughts, are you? Maybe the bear would be better in a nice cozy menagerie, Do we switch the bear back? We can't. A, demand that the other nobles donate their crops. We cannot afford. B, the meats are too expensive. These meats are super expensive. It's like over 2,000, right? Or do we C, leave the chiefs to feed their own bear? All right. What do we do? Will the other nobles help feed the bear? Or do we leave it to the chiefs themselves? Meanies, you won't donate food for the bear? Chiefs, you're gonna show them and hit this roll? 25%. Pats do want A because it lowers their stability. But it appears we will leave the chiefs to feed their own bear. The chiefs dig deep into their stockpiles. But it's not pleasant living off fermented seal and dried fish for months on end. It won't go down yet. As the chiefs grow hungrier, so does the bear. And the fail here doesn't lower it yet, but the bear is now very hungry. Surely nothing bad will go wrong with a hungry bear in the north. End of season. Our next auction of the game. Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Richest nobles are on the right. The barons have been gaining wealth, especially over like the last game and this game. Barons are pretty rich. Everybody's money matters though. Group funding really helps out in an auction. A, the aqueduct raises up farming for the barons. B, the observatory will lower faith for the barons. C, the theater will lower authority for the kingdom. D, the thieves guild will lower trade for the chiefs. How many turns do you guys have? Next season, alright. E, the cathedral will raise faith for the pats. And then F, the prison, lower stability for the kingdom. Alright. Chiefs might want C to ensure authority is super low. Pats want F to hit their goal at 4. Loyalist barons? Not sure. Your own farming, maybe at least, barons. I don't know if there's another one you might want to block with. Like lower trade for the chiefs, get them back down. Maybe. 60 seconds, you'll have it in auction. We haven't started yet, Malaysia, but you'll have 60 seconds. Ding, ding. Only the top 2 buildings get funded. Get in your snipes the last 10 seconds because of delays, I always say. D and F, early leaders. D lowers trade down for the chieftains. We just got them to 1 trade. We're already going to lower it. F, though, now F and C. F lowers stability. C lowers authority. 300 in A, 1250. So D is right behind for a sniping position. C and F, though, we're 30 seconds in, are our leaders. That is what chiefs and pats want. A gets up there, though. We're now A and C at both at 2100. There's 1850 in F, 1250 in D. I see money changing hands. C gets reinforced. 10 seconds left. A and C. A at 5100. C at 2700. There's 1250 in D, 2350 in F. F is right behind C, but it doesn't look like it's going to get there. It's going to be A and C. A gets a hell of a lot. A and C. A, barons raise their own farming. Morgrimum, biggest contributor to that. C will lower authority even more. Lazy, biggest contributor there. I got message spammed. Oh no. So Pats didn't get theirs. I am losing trust in my advisors. No, that is universal, gamers. I can't turn off, like, the spam, I don't think. Twitch suck. It does, doesn't it? Crystal, your greatness. You must have noticed that the kingdom's not exactly doing well lately. Not your fault, of course. You've just been led astray. I mean, It's the council's fault, obviously. Ah, Your Majesty, the problem isn't the council. By the time a decision goes before the council, something's already gone wrong. It's your advisor's fault. The spymaster, the chancellor, the treasurer, the marshal. All these unelected figures whispering in your ear. Who appointed them? Can you trust them? I'm wondering the same thing, Crystal. You'll need some northern chiefs to advise you. We'll be honest. We'll tell you how it is, not just what's convenient. An intriguing proposition. Hi. Think on it, Your Majesty. A few moments after Chief Crystal has slipped out of the throne room, your Chancellor barges in looking flustered. Your other advisors follow behind. Your Majesty, the chiefs, they've been spreading rumors about me and your other advisors. And what have they been saying? They said I'm skimming from the treasury. Honestly, wouldn't doubt it. They accused me of being a deranged old bat with an unquenchable thirst for blood. Me! I'll kill them all! 100% true. I won't repeat what they've said about me. Hurt my feelings. Chiefs! How dare you, the poor spymaster! You hurt her feelings? Why would they do something like this? Why would they do this to you, spymaster? It's an attempt to turn the nobles against us. Trouble is, it's working. The council's demanding our resignation. I don't know how much longer we can weather this storm, Your Majesty. You're not exactly in the strongest position. If the council wants us gone, then we'll be gone within the next few months, unless you do something about it. Call a vote, get the council back on our side. Surely, people who breed birds are always trustworthy, right? Alright, this is a what do we do about the Chiefs sort of vote. Chiefs are getting close to their third stage. Do we A, order the Chiefs to apologize for spreading ugly rumors? B, launch an inquiry to prove your advisor's innocence? Or do we C, do nothing? What do we do? What do we do? Oh my God. Crying, crying. Get out of your eyes, boy. I can cry. Don't do it. I don't like to do it. Crying's sad. All Barons A. Chiefs? Chiefs in the mood to do nothing, huh? I mean, that works. It looks like we're going to order the Chiefs to apologize for spreading ugly rumors. At a public council session, Chief Crystal is brought before your inner circle and forced, grudgingly, to apologize. Crystal, you said hurtful things about our girl, the Spymaster. Apologize, please. Defiance will go up for the Chiefs. Authority goes up 1. But the rumors continue to swirl. Only time will tell if this was enough. Bees. You don't get bee events outside of the counts too often. Pats, what's up with the bees? The coast has taken to beekeeping like bees take to a flower. Crops are bountiful, fields are blooming, there have been festivals with much dancing and merriment. Farming goes up 2 for the Pats. Wow. Spymaster Sims, I do like the Spy Master. She's cute. And she's awesome. Loyal to the kingdom. But the church is worried. The farm folk are besieged by nightmares, all involving bees. It has made them superstitious. They're losing faith in the... Your Serene Highness, wait. The coast farms have improved beyond measure. There's widespread happiness like never before. But for some reason, the church wishes to burn our hives. Wait, what? They want to burn them? It must be done. Our churches lie empty on holy days, for the peasants of the coast now worship only the harvest. They pray to their hives instead of the nymph. Faith goes down. You pray to the hive? Your august majesty, please. The peasants have full bellies and joyful smiles. That is what the church would burn, your august majesty. Liars! My priests report that your peasants complain of night horrors and insomnia. Something evil is happening in the coast. Do we A, spare the bees? B, more bees! Fund more bees! Or do we C, burn the hives? Are we bee people? What do we do? What do we do? The poor bees! This seems mean, Archie. More bees. What could go wrong? What, I mean, Archie, you got nothing to worry about. Or do we? Or do we? More bees. Just as many as we can find. Let's get them. The church is horrified. The farmers are overjoyed. They invest in more hives and throw festivals to celebrate. Not festivals in your name, nor the name of the ninth. But at least they're happy. I know. If not for the bees, the wizards would be getting us, everybody. Alright, that's the deep lore. Faith goes down 2 for the coast. They do gain 2 farming. I mean, rumors and superstition about my heir. Your marriage to Maurice has grown stale. Oh, you get along well enough. You've made some good memories. There's no spark. We haven't had an event. Darn it. Come on. He cares more about practicing his combat moves than your happiness. But spark or no spark, you still need an heir. Dang it. We've only had one good husband over the past week. And you guys can guess who that was. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. But something's still missing. You need an heir. You need someone who's young, whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard. Or the youngest of your many cousins. Na 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 na. Because we don't get along, I won't try to have a child with him, but I'll randomly roll for whom, how I get a child here. D6 will get a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I was going with. I will make my youngest cousin my heir. Of course, an entirely sensible idea. I'll make the arrangements at once. End of season. We check in with the chiefs. Up in the north, Chief Crystal has gathered their fellow plotters for a hike through the mountains. The gods have finally answered our prayers, my friend. The council demands that the monarch's advisors resign. The monarch is too weak to resist. Our replacements are waiting in the wings. Once our advisors surround the monarch, we'll have complete control of what they hear. We will shape their reality. We'll treat the monarch like a mushroom, keep them in the dark, and feed them dung. You got it! The question is, what should we do with this control? Chiefs, how do you win the game? A, do you turn the monarch into a useless figurehead? Or do you B, force the monarch to abdicate in favor of their claimant? Alright, Chiefs, your third stage. You complete this goal, you can win the game. A will involve raising stability. Will put you against what the Pats are doing currently. B, raise others' defiance. Pretty low right now, the other nations. Barons are at 2, Pats are at 1. You'll probably need to raise stability to 7 then. We'll turn the monarch into a powerless little puppet. Dance, puppet, dance. Sometimes it's scary how much you get into this, but it's a great plan. What now? Now the kingdom will return to prosperity. We'll ensure we get all the credit. The council will see this as a demonstration of our competence. They'll insist on sweeping out the old guard. At that point, we've won. For the final stage of your scheme, Chiefs raise stability to at least 7. At the villa, Pats. Sitting on a bench outside a sun-bleached villa, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. You hear that? The screams, shouts of dismay, crackle of flames? No. All I hear is the sea lapping up against the harbor walls. Exactly, it's terrible. The kingdom needs to be in chaos for our plan to work. The monarch's advisors are happy with their rule. We can't buy their loyalty yet, believe me, I've tried. Patricians aim lower stability 4 or less. Alright. We get to tax season. 3 ways a monarch may tax you, the nobles and king of the castle. Cruel taxing will raise your defiance. Raise the treasury by 400. Take 400 wealth from every noble in that color. Common taxing, no defiance, swing 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing will lower defiance. Lower the treasury by 700. Add 700 wealth to every noble in that color. The patricians get the bonus. They sell penny stocks to gullible peasants. All Pats gain 500 wealth, everyone else only 200. Poor chiefs are indeed our poorest. The richest of the rich are barons. Then it's the richest of the rich barons. Then there's some chiefs, then there's the Pats, then the chiefs, and then there's also some very poor barons as well. But I think barons overall have the most because of their rich people. The whispers are not available. How long is it? It should be pretty close. But maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. I'm trying to remain neutral in common tax most of the time as we play these games. I will stick with that. On the verge of rebellion are the chieftains still. Well, not still. This is a new call to rebel, maybe. Instead of a call to rebel, how about a call of the arena? It is my husband, Maurice. Ah, Adelis, I have something I need to discuss with you. I've been honing my combat skills in the practice yard, but I long to experience the real thing. The arena in my hometown is looking for volunteers. May I heed the call? Who would you be fighting, Maurice? Mostly wild animals, like bulls or lions. But if I impress, who knows? Maybe I'd get to fight an arena legend like the Adder or Hario the Bulwark. Not to worry, fights against gladiators are only to first blood, of course. It sounds far too dangerous for the king consort. As long as you're careful, sure, whatever, just keep me out of it. That favors chiefs if I let you go. I guess I'll roll here. Roll here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I let my hubby go? We haven't been getting along too well. Maybe this will change things, though. You get a 4. Maurice, as long as you're careful. Excellent. Look for me in the fur loincloth. I'll be wearing your colors, of course. The day of Maurice's first fight comes quickly. You watch from your booth, and he looks... in that loincloth, attractive, baby. All that fighting in the yard wasn't for nothing, after all. Maurice does well in his first bout, dispatching a wild boar with only a trident. But it's his fight against the lion that everyone's waiting for. All right. Maurice, you got this, hubby. You got this, hubby. A 55% chance. I know, he could be a chief. Awooga! We gotta cheer on my hubby boy. The fight goes poorly. Maurice takes a number of nasty hits, but before eventually calling the signal for surrender. The line is put down by a number of archers from up in the stands. Oh no. You couldn't even die in the arena, Maurice? You gotta call for the archers? Ooh. Authority goes down. Word of the embarrassing fight spreads far and wide, causing a dip in the King Consort's credibility, and by extension, yours. The Honor Guard currently... Chiefs? Who was it? Who was it? It was Barons first, then they died. Did I pick the Chiefs second time? Who was it? I honestly don't remember who it is. Chiefs, alright. Rampage! Belasius. Your Highness, Chief Mike has been eaten by the Bear of Skirnor! No! Mike! The hungry bear! I thought this would happen. The North just didn't have the food to support the poor creature. Alright. Mike F's in chat. Poor Mike has died. But if you're new to the game, you can die. You always come back. Mike may be dead, but Mike the Second is here. The bear is holed up in a cave deep within the mountains, Your Greatness. Chief Mike's family demands justice. Alright. Do we A, send northern warriors to slay the bear? B, leave the bear in peace? Or C, do we honor the late Chief Mike in some other way? Family needs to chill. You're in the north after all. Alright. I know, poor bear. What do we do? The bear was originally given to the barons. The barons gave it back to the chiefs. Now what do we do? This bear is huge the way it's described. Larger than a wagon. Bright white fur, green eyes, the mark of Skirnor on its brow. Any pictures? Can we get pictures? Pictures of the bear. A lot of people wanting to send the Northern Warriors. I mean, normally I would adhere violence against animals, everybody. But I do understand the... We don't want to raise stability, do we? Oh my god! Northern problems require northern solutions. The chiefs rally their finest warriors, including one named Freybold the Destroyer. They venture into the caves with axes and flaming torches. Defiance goes down. They do love the combat. Soon they return triumphantly with the pelt of the bear. They present it to Chief Mike's family. It turns out to be most valuable. It's worth 750 gold? The stories of the bear's connection to the god Skirnor quietly fade. The chiefs see the whole thing as an embarrassment. Some even turn their backs on the old gods. Faith goes up to 2 doubles for the chiefs, nearly as high as the Pats. MSB, hello there. How are you doing today? We just defeated the bear, MSB. To be fair, though, it ate Mike, so it had to be put down for safety of the people. How are you doing, though? Welcome on in. Golem Assault. Hein. Your Majesty, the Ashmedians have begun their second assault on our border. Oh yeah, that's right. We're still at war with Ashmead, everybody. This time, they brought golems. What are golems, for those that may not know? They are 20-foot-tall moving statues made of clay, powered by magic words. The Ashmedian machine priests write inside their heads. It is you. A golem is immune to arrows and conventional weaponry. Their fists can crush any armor. Ashmead has built hundreds of them. Our troops have been forced to retreat. Now the Ashmedians hold miles of marcher territory. What can we do against such a threat? Send the bees. Indeed. Do we A, dig trenches and set up traps? B, scramble the golem's primitive brains? Or do we C, hire a wizard to advise us on defeating the golems? Quick, find a wizard. It's a lot of money. I'm sure a wizard would know what to do, though. Not many good things happen with A. We don't know what happens with B. A lot of money goes down with C. What do we do? You knew that would be an option, of course, Bushido. Wizards can solve a lot of problems. They can also cause a lot of problems. MSB, welcome in officially. You're here to dig a trench? What are you here to do, MSB? You are a patrician for the game here, sir. Welcome on in. Patricians need low stability currently, 4 or less. They'll advance to stage 3. Chiefs are on stage 3. They need stability high. The barons are loyalists. Looks like we're digging trenches. Your soldiers retreat steadily, leaving traps in their wake. Hidden tripwires at top of the golems like trees. Ditches with greased walls. Covered pits filled with vicious spikes. It's highly effective, but you're still leaving territory undefended. The Ashmedian forces conquer a sizable chunk of the march, looting shops, pillaging churches, and razing farmland. So it worked to stop the golems, but it's the barons that lose all that stats. But they lose all their golems in the process. The marcher casualties are minimal, so alright, it could be worse. Bloody fantastic! The Ashmedians value their golems highly. Their morale's plummeted. They'll be much more cautious now. Perhaps this humiliation will be enough to persuade them to negotiate. Alright. We've been back and forth. I think we're starting to win the war. We'll end the season. Last chance. The barons are gathered in the empty council hall late at night. A new report from one of their spies has just come in. Great God! The chiefs have been worming their way into the monarch's inner circle this whole time. They're planning to fire all the other advisors, turn Adelis into their puppet. They can't do that. Adelis is our puppet. Too right. It's already happening. The monarch still has yet to produce an heir. Perhaps it's worth changing tact. If it's too late for Monarch Adelis, we might just want to get out while we can. Our only other option right now is to retake the throne by force, if we think Adelis is too weak to hold it. But it's an all-or-nothing play. If we rebel now, all our goodwill will be lost. Not to mention a few of our heads if we lose. We'll be back to square one. Alright, Barons? Barons only vote. This is Barons loyalist only vote here. Do you A, support the monarch by diverting extra tax from marcher peasants? B, support the monarch with a propaganda campaign? C, support the monarch by donating food in their name? Or D, do you stoke the fires and invent a reason to get angry at the monarch? Vote B or A here. Barons, I think the check for the Pats has already come. I don't think C stops them here, because I think the checks will sort of occur at the end of the season at the same time. So I'm not sure if C stops Pats or not. Can't be sure. D, of course, then, if you wanted to rebel, would raise your defiance, maybe allow you to rebel. Barons, then, sort of split many ways. It'll be random now between B and C for a vote like this. Any other Barons decided the fate here? Really divided, indeed. And hard to say what you should do, Barons. Alright, because it is tied, though, B and C, it'll be a off-screen roll between these two. It will be B. Huzzah! That should help Adelis keep a good grip on the peasantry. But we can't do it all for them. The Barons must continue to aid the monarch by countering the other region's schemes. They will win the game if the monarch produces an heir and completes their ambition. Pats. Sitting on a bench outside a sun-bleached villa, two Pats of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme, along with some other faces the monarch might recognize. Greetings, Lord Patrician. I'd like to introduce you to some friends of mine. So the chiefs are trying to replace the advisors with other chiefs. The Pats are merely going to buy them off. Good afternoon, noble patricians. A pleasure as always. Hello, is this the place? Ugh, smells like fish. Wow, I take it you found my colleague's arguments most persuasive then. Indeed, Lord Patrician Merrow made some excellent points about the monarch's incompetence. The most persuasive part was the giant bag of gold. Unfortunately, the Spymaster and the Chancellor still remain beyond our grasp, but with these two in our pockets, we can do great things. We just need to decide our approach. Patricians? I know, it is a little hard being loyal when I'm not trying to win. Do you A, bankrupt the kingdom and buy the throne outright? Or B, bring the monarch down in a bribery scandal? A will involve lowering the treasury. B involves raising others' defiance. Treasury currently at 1950. Others' defiance, chiefs at 5, barons at 2. Plenty of wiggle room. Looks like we're going C here, Pats. Haha! So, after all this, our plan is to make the monarch look like the corrupt one? Yes, after all, isn't the court absolutely rotten with bribes and scandals, worse than it's been in centuries? Of course it is, and we're to blame. The general public doesn't need to know that part. We just need to ensure the other nobles hate the monarch enough to support our version of events. For the final stage, patricians raise other regions' defiance to a combined total of 10, or ensure another region begins a rebellion. Hiccups? Am I hiccuping? Not really. I'll leave with what we got now. Rebel now! On the verge of rebellion are the chiefs. There was talk of rebellion with them earlier. Now, though, if a rebellion is started, it would not be good. We'll seek a truce first. Your Majesty, the Ashmedian ambassador is here. He is willing to negotiate the terms of a truce. You've made your point, warmonger. What will it take to achieve peace between us? Is it worth pursuing peace, Marshal? Your Marshal takes you aside beyond the ambassador's earshot. The kingdom's armies are stretched to a breaking point. Ashmead still hasn't shown their true power. We're lucky the Ashmedian citizens are demanding an end to this war. The Empire's endless manpower still in reserve. Let's not push our luck. Marshal, gotcha. Barons, as the ones on the front line, what do you think of this? We've got them on the ropes. Let's march all the way to Ashmead and give them a hiding. Of course, that's what the barons want. This sounds like a matter for the council, though. If you value the lives of your citizens, bring this messy affair to an end. War. What do we do? A. Force the ambassador to concede land near the march. B. Demand that Ashmead pay an immense tribute. C. Be forgiving. Or D. No peace. Welcome to Forever War. The idea of Forever War is tempting. But I assure you, a higher power outside of my understanding is telling me that we should not go for the Forever War. Well, D or Chiefs win. D, we will not pick either way. D ends the game. If Chiefs must win, Chiefs can win. But we will not have the Forever War, because Forever War, if you haven't seen it, does not work. It will not work and will end the game. So I will veto D. And we win. This is us. We won the war against Ashmead. GG's. We'll do the Forever... We usually don't do the Forever War because, yes, it ends the game. I'll have to show it off some other time, I suppose. When we're not doing these Battle of the Bees event. Because we personally have only seen it once, when we didn't even know what it did yet. Immense tribute. That's some money. Most of which will go to the barons. Your Chancellor unfurls a scroll so long they could have comfortably used it as a hammock. You and the ambassador both sign on the dotted line. And just like that, the war is over. First order of business, of course, is the tribute. Ashmead sends a dozen wagon loads of gold to the vaults of both you and the barons. After news of your victory spreads across the kingdom, you're a hero. Even the nobles can't deny you did a good job. You took on the kingdom's oldest, most powerful enemy, and won. Barons, how much money was it? Barons gained a lot of money. The treasury itself gained 4,000 gold. But there's still whispers that you should have pressed your advantage. Authority goes up. Stability goes up. Defiance will go down. We could have taken Ashmead's capital if the monarch had just had a little more spine. We probably could have. 750. Alright. That helped the Chiefs via 6 stability. That overall didn't help the Pats because it lowered Chiefs by 2 and then upped Barons by only 1. So that hurt the Pats. We have the coming harvest. Your Majesty, I must speak to you at once. The beekeepers in the coast have become emboldened. They see the kingdom's support as an endorsement of their beliefs. Their their beliefs. The High Inquisitor betrays no hint of emotion. They become obsessed with bees, Your Majesty. They form their own traditions, ceremonies, with honey, hooded robes, and dancing. It must be stopped. I know, High Inquisitor, you just sound like a party pooper. I would love to party with honey and robes and dancing. They sound like they're having a great time. Yeah, but why exactly? What's your deal with this, with the bees? These farmers speak of death, Your Majesty, and the coming harvest. They speak of golden tongues and blood running like honey. There's nothing more than a cult, yet the patricians are more than tolerating it. This isn't a cult. It's merely quaint rural traditions. And they're making some divine honey. Do we A, demand that the cultists abandon their hives and resume attending church? B, send in the military, burn the hives? Or C, this is no business of the council? The most oppressed group of all gamers. Alright, what do we do? A doesn't look like it's too good a chance. 25% faith. Sending the military, burning the hives? How dare we? Or is this no business of the council? Leave them be. Leave them be. C for the love of that. Yeah, C is lowering stability. Which isn't bad, right? For not, isn't bad for non-chiefs. A might have hit. Waper, I know you believe A would hit, right? Bella, you too. Not just business. This is an attack on the Church of the Ninth. She storms from the council hall, fists clenched. A few days later, you hear her inquisitor traveling up and down the realm, accusing you and the council of heresy. Stability and authority go down. Meanwhile, the beekeeping cult in the church flourishes. Churches stand empty. Holy books are burned. Peasants kneel before their hives, praying for honey. Faith reaches 0. Farming can't go any higher. Vultures. We had bees, now vultures. Bella. Greedy merchants travel. Greedy marcher merchants are taking advantage of a cheap northern labor, Your Majesty, exploiting our natural resources, putting our trading companies out of business. They're vultures. Vultures! Metaphorical vultures, not real vultures. Is it really such a problem? This is just business. I'll say it's a problem. Bella lost money. I know. You now are the pagan god. Bee gods is what you worship now. Indeed. Do we A, kick out the barons and put the trading companies back in the northern hands? B, the monarch will buy up the Marcher trading companies? Or C, is it just business, baby? One of the funniest lines of just business. What do we do? The March's merchants are exploiting the North. How dare they? Or maybe it's a good idea. We don't know. Until we vote. Until you vote. We must pay attention to defiance for some of these. Do it for Bruce. Good afternoon here, sir. Evening probably by now. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock here for me. It's afternoon for me. How are you doing here today? Welcome on in. You are a patrician for the game here, sir. Thank you for joining us. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. on the West Coast. East Coast. Best Coast. It's just business, baby. An utter travesty! I should have known better than to expect the council to be any worth to anyone. What do they need it at? Pats need defiance at 10. It goes up 2. But, while it goes up for the chiefs, it goes down for the barons. Hurrah! My companies are safe. Glad the council sees sense for once. You voted wrong. There is no wrong votes. You meant to vote A. The marcher companies in the north continue to tick over nicely, siphoning money out of the region and making Baron Heine filthy rich. He gains 1,500 wealth. He jumps up there with the other rich barons. I know, congratulations. That is very good for you. Very good for the barons overall, I'd say. We voted wrong when we chose loyalty. The barons, it didn't look good at first, but right now, barons, I think you're in a good position. Able to rebel are the chiefs, however, they probably don't want to. We check in with everybody. Here is where we're at. End game situation. Barons are loyal. They win the game if I win the game. My heir should be coming soon, I think. The chiefs need stability to be at 7 or more. And then the Pats need other regions' defiance to be 10 or more. And there it is. There it is. We'll get it out of the way first. Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council holding a small child in your arms. Should I die, I ask that my crown be passed down to... The council hall is filled with nervous silence. My cousin, an adopted child. It's not GG yet. We're only at 6. The assembled nobles break out into polite applause. By designating an heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom. Your esteemed highness, may I be the first to congratulate you on adopting an heir. What is their name? Lord, this is little Adelus II. Excellent, your serene highness. I'm sure little Adelus II will grow up to be a chip off the old block. No time to panic. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spymaster soon. A prediction. Do it for Bruce. Your August Majesty, most excellent news from beyond the sky. As you know, I'm an amateur astronomer. That is you. And you're an astronomer, really? I did not know that, actually. I've seen a solar eclipse is on the way, visible from the coast. We must ensure the kingdom is good. We must encourage the kingdom to gather beneath the dark sun, experience this once-in-a-lifetime event. Great God, no! An eclipse is a warning from the ninth god, a sign the kingdom has fallen to shadow. All the nobles start talking at once. Some are excited, some are horrified, but all are very loud. We saw this event in the last game. Therefore, what I've been doing when we see the same event like twice in a day, I like to not see it again. You know, we just saw this. Focus on holy protection against the eclipse. Encourage visitors to the coast to witness the event. Or these sun-obsessed fools should focus on the land, not the sky. So I will, we saw A last time, holy protection. It actually didn't work out too well. But since we saw it, I will veto A. What do we do? Encourage visitors to the coast? Or these sun-obsessed fools should focus on their land, not the sky. Barons are no fun. Well, to be fair, the prediction did come true last time. Not saying that happens every game, but... Encourage visitors. You know, this is going to get your trade up. commerce, all that business. All is not lost, FMX. By the 9th, you shouldn't be encouraging this nonsense. As word gets out about the impending solar event, visitors from across the kingdom drift over to the coast. All is not lost. Trade went up. That's good. Though maybe you were talking about this event. A kraken. Arda. A kraken! A real-life Orders to 9th kraken just outside my harbor off the western shore. We should send our navy to subdue the beast at once. A kraken has every advantage in a sea battle, your majesty. Perhaps a lighter touch is preferable. It's said krakens can be appeased by an offering of living creatures. Heretical nonsense! You cannot be considering this, your majesty. Do we A, send in the patricians' navy? B, appease the kraken with a sacrifice? Or C, do we let it be? Some very interesting rolls here, percentage-wise. A, big fat 0. B, a 100. And then C is a 55%.
I'm in a fish mood now. Fish has been established.
It was established, wasn't it? What do we... Guaranteed failure, guaranteed success, or chaotic C? What do we do? 433 Luke, welcome on in. You are a chieftain for the game. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing here today? There's a kraken appearing. How do we deal with it to everybody? Hope all is well with here today with you, Luke. Appreciate you for being in. This is, of course, King of the Castle. This is King of the Castle. If you are not familiar with this game, let us know. If you have any questions, we can help any new players out today. Sacrifice the kraken itself to appease whom? The bees. I know. Dozens of goats and cows are rounded up and carted off to Lord Patrician Arda's hometown, where they're dumped unceremoniously into the water near his estate. No XCOM. To the church's great anger, the bizarre plan works. The kraken presumably eats its fill and disappears back into the depths. Defiance can't get any lower, trade will go up. Coastal villagers celebrate by burning kraken effigies and occasionally tossing their own goats into the sea. Hopefully you haven't just spawned a cult. We've got enough cults running around to begin with. And see, no, that does not raise stability, so we're fine. However, it is summer of 967. We'll pause it momentarily for the ad, but coming on up will be something that could change this game forever. An auction. Auctions occur after the end of every summer in the game. Exclamation point fund space. Your choice space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Richest nobles, the barons, are our richest nobles. They've been accumulating money over many, many years. The pats right behind them. The poor chiefs at the bottom of the totem pole. Everybody's money matters, though. Group funding really helps. A, the aqueduct will raise farming up for the barons. B, the prison will lower stability for the kingdom. C, the library raises stability for the kingdom. D, the Thieves Guild will lower trade for the chiefs. E, the fortress raises military for the pats. And then F, the Grand Bazaar raises trade up for the Pats. Of course, I'm referring to stability and what people are talking about. The Chiefs need 7 stability to win the game. So, pro-Chief is C, anti-Chief is B. Loyalists, of course, then want B, probably. Maybe A. Hard to say. D. B and something else. Loyalist. Pats also want B. But then B and E. Pats high military, maybe. How much do you have, Miss Crystal? You have 200 gold. Big spenders. 60 seconds. Only the top 2 buildings get funded. Get your sniping funds the last 10 seconds that I recommend. B and E get early money. B, of course, lower stability. E is raising military for the Pats. I see 100 only in C here. We are so poor. The poor Chiefs. Yeah, Chiefs. You're kind of probably going to be outdone here with the funding power of both the Barons and the Pats here. B at 2,700. There's 1950 in E. C has 1850. C is right behind it. B, C, and E, the only ones with any funding. We're 20 seconds left. All in, says some people. B at 3,700, really getting secured. E is right behind it. Then C now jumps over E. 10 seconds left. It is B, C at the moment. E right behind it, though. 24-17 in E. There's 28-50 in C. There goes E. And the E's coming at the end. It will be E and B then. E raising military up for the Pats. B lowers stability down for the Kingdom. So although Airhawk is funding E the Fortress, that is more of a blocker. That is preventing them from raising it back up again. All right. We'll go for save ambition. We'll go first to the wild beast attacks. Luke, Your Highness, I bring ill tidings from the north. Wildlife has gone berserk in rural villages. They're attacking villagers and travelers all across the region. Tell me more about these creatures, Luke. They're great hulking beasts, clearly twisted by magic. Some say they walk and talk like people. The northern warriors are afraid. They say the creatures are a dark omen, a sign of the end. Depths below? What's gotten into the chiefs that they can't handle a few wild animals? The other regions have plenty of their own problems. No one wants to march up to the frozen north for something like this. Then what are we to do? Send the bees to fight the beasts. Point of order, Your Highness. Though the church's presence in the north is minimal, we can provide shelter for those who need it. All will be welcome, whether they are adherents to the true God or not. It's the least we can do. Or, if you can afford it, send a detachment of mercenaries who aren't afraid of a few wild bears. That should put an end to this crisis. Alright. There are wild beasts in the north. Do we A, tell the northerners that they must fend for themselves? B, hire mercenaries to bolster the North's forces? Or C, do we instruct the northerners to seek refuge in the Ninth God's churches? Beasts in the north. Are we sure they're not just northerners who are drunk and hairy? We have a lot of money because we won the war earlier. Winning wars is very profitable in this game. You want to make money as a king? Win wars. Alright? You don't always do it. The very best way to win money in this game is the Chur Voyage, I will reveal. You can get extremely lucky with Chur and get a boatload of money. Literally. Mercenaries will probably do good. You find a suitable company of mercenaries and send an officer from your city watch to oversee the expedition. Military goes up 2, treasury will go down. They return with a tale of a glorious hunt and legendary northern hospitality. Chief Luke is happy to report the beasts have been forced back into the wild. And then, yes, Kurth is even better. If you win against Kurth, you get even more money than you do against Ashmead, believe it or not. There's a solar discovery. Combo Lurker comes to me again. Your greatness, while scouting the coast for a prime eclipse viewing spot, my servants discovered a portal. It's a shimmering shadow hanging in the air, about the size of a door. We threw a rock in, and it returned as a slab of polished obsidian. Is that good? How should I know? Naturally, I sent one of my servants through next. They saw a red wasteland beneath a sky whose color defied description. I recall a tale from my childhood of such a land, where fairy beings gave vast riches to those brave enough to visit. Riches, you say? This portal is on my land, so I have the rights to any riches it may contain. But I discovered it. Well, my servant did. Great treasure lies beyond, I'm sure of it. Send a nuke through it. We don't have nukes yet. This isn't the Hoy Dynasty. Do we A? Allow a Lord Patrician do it for Bruce owns the land, so he owns the portal. B. Combo Lurker discovered it, so they can explore it. Or C. Whoever has the most money should hire an adventurer. Do it for Bruce, you have 1,300 gold. Combo Lurker has 100 gold. However, I will veto C here and make you choose who gets to access to the portal. Either A, the patricians, or B, the chieftains. Who gets the portal? A is Pat's, B, Combo Lurker is a chief. Defiance swings, depending on who gets it. Give me the portal. The portal's cool, everybody. If you have not seen the portal. One Pat voting B. The chiefs are delighted and start making preparations immediately. The kingdom awaits to hear what riches or horrors are within. Meanwhile, complaints from the Pats grow as the eclipse draws nearer. My ambition. At the start of your reign, you said you wanted to be the greatest monarch who ever lived. You're well on your track to achieve that aim. Well done, your majesty. Defiance will go down across the kingdom. Uh-oh, Pats. But to shut down your noble scheming for good, we need to build on that reputation. Your advisors have some ideas. We should crush those disloyal nobles, smash their armies, force them to submit. On the other hand, your majesty, if you would help us spread the zeal of the Ninth God, the church will lend our full support. With the backing of the church, the nobles won't dare move against you. All right. Loyalists, then. Barons, what should I go for here? I'll sort of allow you to pick. Crush all those plotting against me with an iron fist. Or get elevated by the church to the status of a living saint. And barons, then, yeah, this involves either authority and military for the first one, or authority and faith for the second. Military is higher. Barons, you probably want to crush all those against us, don't we? Crush the plotters. All right. Barons, we will crush all those plotting against us. A wise decision, your majesty. I'll begin putting together my plans. But of course, it won't be easy. Your priority is to raise your authority and kingdom's overall military as much as you can. And of course, there can't be open rebellion among the nobles. Alright. End of season. We get to our next tax season of the game. 3 ways the monarch may tax you, the nobles here. Cruel taxing raises defiance. Raises the treasury up by 400. Takes 400 wealth from every noble in that faction. The common tax has no defiance swing. 100 treasury to wealth. The bribe will lower defiance. Lower the treasury by 700. And add 700 wealth to everyone in that nation. Cruel taxing everybody sounds fun. The patricians invented insurance. They all made 500 gold this turn. Everyone else only 200. Cruel taxing everybody does sound fun. But it's not neutral. So I won't do it. Barons are the richest still. Bribe everybody. I can afford to bribe everybody even. You're a baron, baron. I linger in case somebody wants to use a special channel point incentive to tell me what to do. I'm pretty sure they're both available. But I won't linger too long. Common all around. Is acceptable. And we have a terrible curse. Bushido, I'm referring to, there's a couple channel point redemptions I have. It takes a week or so of like watching my streams every day to get it. But then it's a fun way. I love to use it. I've had those channel point redemptions a lot. So that, you know, if you feel like you're behind, some schemes are hard to do. You can make me raise defiance, you can make me spend treasury. It takes quite some time, yeah. Baron Roswell Gaming rushes into the council chamber, breathless and in disarray. Roswell, are you okay? By the 9th, you look like you haven't slept in weeks. It's because I've been placed under a curse. Look, my hair! It's falling out in chunks. By the 9th god, get away from me if you're losing your hair. It was one of my commoners. I saw it in her eyes. She's an evil witch. Right? Roswell may have been cursed by a witch. A, do we have the so-called witch tested? B, a newt. Got better. Do we send scholars to the Martyr Lands to find an explanation? Or do we C, have the cursed Roswell sent to the coast to relax? Do you have your buzz cut in real life? B. Bruce saying B. FMX saying C. Let's go, baby! What do we do? Who will take in Roswell and let him relax a little bit? I mean, seriously, you probably do. Stress can make your hair fall out. If you just go to the coast does seem like the greatest place to relax. You just know that their brothels are the best. I mean, beaches. Beaches are the best. Close all around here. Anybody break a tie? Maybe 3-way tie? Anybody last minute votes? 3-way tie. Lazy, you jerk. Anybody break a tie? Your one vote will make all the difference if you get it in now. Otherwise, in a situation like this, the monarch breaks a tie. And I will roll to pick which decision I do here. Anybody? Roswell, do you want to go on vacation? There goes Waper, though. Says we need to test the witch. Bruce, yeah. I unofficially keep track of that as I'm watching other people's streams. My nobles are very loyal, and a lot of them purchase the game, which I love. You're arranged for a priestess of the ninth god to question the accused. The church does not look kindly upon witches, particularly if they're cursing a noble for no reason. After several days of questioning and burning of incense, the priestess makes her announcement. The accused is innocent! Things settle down, and Roswell Gaming eventually admits some new pomade may be to blame for their hair troubles. Farming will go up, your defiance will go down. Pomade. You tried to have an innocent person executed. Noises in the night. It's a starry winter night just like any other, until you awake to the screaming in the courtyard. I don't even have a chance to stay in bed here. I will get up and investigate. Rubbing sleep from your eyes, you trudge over to the window and push it open. A cool breeze washes over you, as does the pale light of the crescent moon. Then you hear it again, a blood-curdling scream, followed by the sounds of shouting down below. Then, a deep, guttural roar. Something is attacking the palace watch. Flee the castle, find a weapon and head downstairs, or barricade myself in the chambers. I think... Do I always find a weapon? Pretty much. We'll roll here, though. As Mero's demonstrating, I will roll. 1, 2, flee. 3, 4, get a weapon. And 5, 6, barricade. Flee the castle. How cowardly. You throw on your nightgown and sprint out of the room. More screams and roars join the chorus as you and Maurice shuffle down the spiral stairs. Ducking through the kitchens, you rush out of the keep's rear entrance and into the arms of a waiting battalion. Monster! Monster in the keep! You are escorted away as soldiers pour into the castle. When you return to the keep in the morning, you find the creature lying motionless on your bedroom floor, surrounded by a field of corpses. Everything is covered in blood. In my bedroom? He was after me. It is clearly some kind of colossal bear, or at least it used to be. Now mutilated beyond recognition, it resembles something between a bear and a man. I came as fast as I could, Your Majesty. What in the name of the ninth god is that beast? It's dead now. That's what matters. Bear man. It was man, bear, pig. He's real, and he's in Celestath. Yes, Your Majesty, of course. The creature's body is dragged away and eventually donated to the University of Quail for further study. It doesn't have... No, Morgramoon, it does not have to, indeed. We already had a bear. He was just coming to seek vengeance. Rumors spread of your flight from the castle. Unfortunately, commoners and nobles alike come to believe that you ran away because a wolf was howling at the moon. It was more than a wolf howling, you stupid commoners. How dare you? Ambition? Tyranny. You've done some redecorating in the throne room, anticipating your future as an iron-fisted tyrant. When the marshal walks in, she whistles appreciatively. I like what you've done with the place. Lots of chains and spikes. Is that a working Iron Maiden? Why don't you step in and try it out? I'd rather not. You must be doing well if you've got the Marshal laughing nervously. Marshal, wait, that's nothing. Look at this. You pull a lever in the throne, and a trap door opens just to the marshal's left. Beneath it is a pit full of writhing snakes. All deadly, of course. Ha! Classic! Let them try to vote against you now. She composes herself. I've been surveying the troops across the kingdom. All right. In order for the monarch to win the game, and by extension then my loyalist barons, I have 2 roles I must complete. Here is the first role. A 50% military role. Listen to the marshal's report. The troops are looking good, Your Majesty. The mercenaries on the coast are primed and ready for action. Now the key is to make sure the armies are loyal to us, not to the region. Easier said than done, of course. I need to speak to the ordinary soldiers, grease some palms, smoke some cigars, reminisce over old war stories. They don't respect the council any more than I do. But at the end of the day, Your Majesty, it'll come down to how much they respect you. That evening, she rides out to meet with the kingdom's soldiers and to get the lay of the land. All right.
60% of the time, it works.
The 50% succeeded. And I mean, the 60% succeeds 100% of the time. You heard it. Our second role is authority. We will wait for the marshal's return. When she returns, the marshal punches you in the arm so hard you almost puke. Ow! Cheer up, you drip. We've done it. The troops are with us. They've fed up on the council passing all these namby-pamby so-called laws. Time for an iron fist to punch this kingdom back into shape. Over the next few weeks, soldiers across the kingdom, it's very good to be the king, soldiers across the kingdom mutiny against their commanding officers and swear fealty directly to the monarch. The nobles beg for a council session to discuss the crisis, but you put them off, blaming the renovation of the council hall. Of course, there's one person you can't avoid. Your husband. This is an interesting twist, isn't it? When I married you, I never thought we'd be taking control of the armies of my own people. I won't harm anyone, my dear Maurice, unless they stand against me. Well, I trust you to do what's right. At long last, after you're sure the armies of the kingdom are in the palm of your hand, you allow the next council session to go ahead. The final council session. The marshal stands at your right hand, flanked by a garrison of city watch. Your honor guard flanks you on the other side, ready for anything. The nobles file in one by one. Is that an Iron Maiden? Victory. Most of them are looking nervous, but Lord Patrician Gamers just looks angry. Your recent conduct has been outrageous, Your August Majesty. Unforgivable. Delaying the council session, secret meetings with our soldiers, violating feudal contracts. My top officers have been killed in this little mutiny of yours. Let's call a vote right now. I'm ready to deprive you of that crown. No, scratch that. I'm ready to deprive you of your head. You don't install a lever unless you intend to use it. Nay. Ephra? No roll. No, I can't resist the lever. Cha-ching. The trapdoor opens beneath Lord Patrician Gamer's feet. With a strangled shriek, he falls into the pit of snakes. Authority is now oppressive. There's a moment of silence. Pay your respects for the moment. Woo! Yes, the Wilhelm scream. Ah! Falling in. Gamers has died. Gamers the second. Don't worry, Gamers the second is here. Your Highness, I'm sure we're all delighted to be here. Authority is now tyrannical. Right, you lot. I don't think we need any more votes, do we? The monarch can take over from here. Of course, Your Marshal. Now get out. All of you. As the nobles shuff out with their tails between their legs, you let out a joyful laugh. Maybe some would describe it as an evil cackle. But those people would be descendants. And you deal with them harshly. Very good to be the king. Without the council holding you back, your daily duties are so easy, so efficient. Your firm grip on the kingdom will secure an excellent future for little Adelis when the time comes. Your reign of terror is here, but your future has only just begun. GG's to everybody, but especially your monarch and the barons then. The barons, no wins in 6 games last week, are 2 for 2 here on Monday. Nice job, Baron loyalists here. The barons celebrated their victory, and Adelis was venerated as a true hero of the march. But some whispered the barons were losing control of their puppet, as the monarch consolidated their power around their heir, Adelis II. The chief's attempt to replace the monarch's advisors never panned out. One night, Chief Crystal awoke to find a smiling spymaster holding a knife to their throat and kindly asking them to desist. The patricians succeeded in turning the palace into a hotbed of bribery and corruption. But what's new about that? They failed to gain the throne and lost money in the process, a bad investment. Monarch Adelis' reign spanned another 15 blood-drenched years. The council couldn't defy them, fearing a gruesome fate. It was a dark and fearful time for everyone but the monarch, who seemed to enjoy themselves immensely. Especially when spikes and thumbscrews were involved. GG. Barons with 2 wins today. Monarch Adelis the Iron-Fisted at 2 years, 9 months. Wealthiest noble at the end of our game, Marley at 4250. Stats overall, Kingdom's treasury is going to be very high. The Barons in a good position. Though we will play a whole new game here tomorrow. Join me then, everybody. The Barons, is this gonna be enough for them to leap up into the top 3? Hard to say at the moment. What is tomorrow's game? Join me tomorrow for a Counts, Grandees, and Patricians Dynasty. Marley MVP, no doubt. But thank you guys for playing today. Very good job. Thank you all. This was wonderful. Barons, you did very good. We'll see who is on right now. We might go say hello to... There is one other player at the moment. Luke, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you for being here. This is the Battle of the Bees event is what I'm doing right now. We're all last week and then all for the rest of this week. Every faction is competing. The top 3 factions will be chosen to compete in a special winner-take-all sort of tournament. One, probably 2 or multiple games on the next Monday is when that will be. So if your favorite faction isn't winning, try to assist them. We'll go say hi. There's one other person streaming at the moment. Have I met them? I think I have before. The Ranzig Snev is their name. All right, Ephra, take a day off then. Thank you for being here today, though. Did I spell it right? I did not. I'm horrible. D. Ranzig. Sneb. I missed the E there. I think they have follower-only chat. I'm already following them. So if you want to play, you have to follow them. But thank you all for being here today. 5-hour streams, love it. Prude. We just hit the 5-hour mark. When did we do it here? Everybody, be good people. I thank you all for hanging out. Prude. How are you doing, sir? We will play again tomorrow then. If you want to continue playing King of the Castle, stick around for the raid here. There's one other person streaming King of the Castle. Go say hello to them. Appreciate you all for hanging out today, though. New schedule is posted. Of course, this week, Battle of the Bees. After this week, whoever is the top 3 will play a Dynasty, actually, with our top 3. So not just my costume cosplay at stake for the winner, but the top 3 will be in a Dynasty for October. I'm going to play Sims at the end of the month. Before I streamed King of the Castle, I streamed a hell of a lot of Sims. And every October, I do some spooky Sims stream, so we'll look forward to spooky Sims the end of the month. Appreciate everybody for hanging out today. Remember, you are better than you were yesterday. Think of how awesome you will all be tomorrow. Fuzzy Pickles. Fuzzy Pickles, one and all. Have a good night. Have a good day. Be good here.